I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big, and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
love Simon. Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first ever Hawaii Esports Open Championships, of course, presented by Working Gamers. I'm Professor Layton. Joining me is the man, the myth, the legend, Henru. And for the first part of this tournament, we will be covering the League of Legends side, while later on tonight will be Clutch Key and Royce here for Valorant. But Henry, my friend, how are you doing today?
It's good. It's a rise and shine type of Saturday morning, and the players that we have are ready to grind for a potential LAN experience in their grand finals at the end of this tournament. But first, they got to make it through. What we have is an 8-team bracket here on the side of League of Legends, even more later on the side of Valorant. So it's expected to be a pretty banger of a day.
Yeah, pretty banger indeed. Shine is, a little bit. We'll see if it actually shines with the weather happening right now. But of course, right now, we do have to mention, we talked about their name, but this broadcast is powered by Workin Gamers, Hawaii's adult esports rec league built for players with real responsibilities. Working Gamers gives you structured leagues, real teams, and consistent schedules so you can compete without the chaos of random matchmaking. We've all been there. We don't like these random matchmaking. But if you've been trying to get back into gaming the right way, this is it. And if you want to, check out their socials, or you can contact the Gouda. He is in the EMP Live Designs event Discord, so you can contact him about all that if you need to. But we have to talk about the games happening today. You mentioned there's 8 teams, and the teams we're following first, of course, Henry, we've seen a little bit of them. It is Pokkake and InsideTech. And it's going to be a good one, Henry.
Yeah, absolutely so. So the reason we chose this match out of the 4 starting matches, which they will all be played at the same time, mind you, but the reason we chose this one was just because this is going to be the 4th seed versus the 5th seed, Pokkake at 4th, InsideTech at 5th. So we expect this to be, in terms of seeding, the closest match that we have. All of these matches are going to be best of ones up until we get to the nitty-gritty end of it, towards the end of it. Then we will start cycling into those best of 3s. But for now, we're going to head into this champ select right away.
And I don't believe this is the right names, but we will get it fixed soon enough, though. That should be some other people on that stuff. It should be Tenka Izumo, Tuna Pie. We were gonna ask what their name is, but we don't have it. Mod X and Frog Framer versus Heliotrope, Yama Oreo, Alexios, Sakamaki, and Celica 6 for InsideTech. But man, oh man.
Absolutely right. And to be honest, like, I don't know how much these players have gotten the opportunity to potentially scout other players. I know that some of these people, they do know each other outside of this tournament, so there was the possibility that they were maybe spectating a little bit on their friends list, if at all. So this first round, I mean, it's a best of 1, so it's kind of already a bit high stakes, but there's going to be a little bit of experimentation. Maybe some teams decide to go play back to comfort. We're seeing a lot more targeted bans per se, maybe a little bit of OPGG scouting in that regards. But so far, nothing that you would have typically seen in per se like the pro circuit or even other collegiate tournaments. I think it's going to be all tried and true, all comfort riding out these first few games.
Yeah, definitely so. Like you mentioned, a lot of targeted bans. Of course, we do have things like the Cho'Gath, Diana, the Caitlyn. I do want to see what is going to be left on the board. Really interested to see how that will play out. And, it's been a while since we've seen a lot of this. Me and you have seen a lot of this competition and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
We are notified the second ban should be Gangplank.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of target towards the top side of the map for this one.
Absolutely. And this is one of the strategies that you can employ, obviously, when you're in this kind of environment, is if you're not really sure who to ban, just ban one person. Sometimes it's the person with the thinnest pool. In past seasons, that's typically been the
Yeah.
ADC, because there's not been a lot of meta ADC picks at the same time. And so you can kind of ban it out and start making people a little bit more uncomfortable. But like you said, a lot of priority towards that top jungle side, making sure that they kind of ease themselves into a nice matchup. We typically see red side is the counter pick for that, and usually they flex it with a mid pick if it's possible. But so far, they're coming out strong with a Seraphine. We've seen that paired a lot with Ashe. The synergy works super well. Ashe innately slows, and that provides Seraphine with the root with the E. So we're going to see how that works out. On the other side, another bot lane response in that Varus.
Instantly.
A lot more lethality recently coming out from the Varus, so a very lethal lane.
Yeah, exactly. Lethal, lethality as well. We've seen a lot of mixture of builds for the Varus, and of course Thresh locked in. And actually, it's not a Seraphine support. That may be a Seraphine bot lane. So a lot more supportive, and usually you see, especially with the two quote unquote hook champs coming out for this squad already, followed by the jungler Jin Zhao. Of course, in competitive play, you've seen it no matter in ranked, tier 1 play, you've seen a lot of this Jin Zhao being picked and whatnot.
Absolutely, and that Seraphine could still be flexed mid if they choose to. That does give them a lot of lane priority, but not necessarily the strongest lane. If you want to keep your tanks and everybody else sustained, Seraphine in that mid lane does bolster a lot more gold, a lot more experience, can get those levels a lot faster. And Alexios, we see locking in the Singed for the team. This is usually a top lane exclusive pick. We have seen some cheese Singed supports, but considering the Thresh is already there, I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy.
All right, Henry, we're getting Singed top, right? We're getting Singed support and Thresh top. That's how it's going to play, right?
Oh, yeah, the lightning build soul collection from the days of yore.
But it is going to be some more top lane focus, though, coming out from Team InsideTech here, Henry. How do you feel about this? Brembo has been like a power pick in the top side, especially with how much damage it can do and how effective in the team fight, along with even just pushing lane. And like, say you just want to use your ult, get a cheese back, and come back instantly. Sure, you're also on a CD, but it's not the longest cooldown, especially for a Rumble.
I was going to say, I think their focus here is going to be champions that don't have a mana pool. I'm going to imagine that the Singe is going to be proxying, and it's going to be very costly either in health or in mana for the person to keep up. So I'm seeing the Rumble band. That makes sense. It uses heat. Some people might argue that Kennen or Kled or Olaf, even because Olaf innately sustains, might be good responses to the proxy Singe, but they're going to go with a Mel ban. And on the other side, Pokkake going with double junglers as they have locked in their Xin Zhao, but a Trundle actually here, maybe to negate a little bit of that Nautilus super tank capability.
I do like that as well, especially for the engage from Xin Zhao. If he jumps in and use the pillar to sort of block him away from the Nautilus and the rest of the team, you are able to assist him with that one and sort of, confine him in there. And Zig's been hard for the last pick here. That's gonna be a lot of, I guess, lengthy team fights from that backline. The Seraphine and Ziggs don't have to be that far close compared to stuff like, say if you go for an Aphelios or even a Jhin, they're a little bit, Ziggs and Seraphine can be a lot more focused backwards, while Lux being locked in for the last one, that could still be a flex around. That could be Ziggs bot, Ziggs mid, same with Seraphine. So a lot of flexing around. Very flexible team composition coming out from the two quote-unquote carries of this Pokkake team.
Yeah, and I kind of like it because if you think about damage composition here, right, you're seeing top, mid, and bot. They're all AP. Yes, that makes you a little bit AP heavy, but it means that the laners are going to be itemizing magic resist. Xin Zhao is almost purely AD here, which makes it very difficult to kind of manage whether you want to have that priority in lane but then lose when it comes to the gank damage, or whether you want to prioritize the gank damage and lose in lane. That being said, Xin Zhao is not proficient, I would say, in providing the sole amount of AD for the team. So we're going to have to see how InsideTech are going to itemize against this. But Lux, to round out the comp, a lot of CC coming out from InsideTech.
Yeah, a lot of. Yeah, definitely a lot of CC,
No.
especially once they do get in there. If the ultimate lands from the Varus, Luxon's lock them down, and it's Singe. I have seen some Singe do some very funny, quirky things where they flip them, but it actually saves them like over the ledge and whatnot. I think we've
Oh,
all
yeah.
been there, but for now we are live and in here for our first game of the Hawaii Esports Open Championship, the Open Qualifier, like you mentioned. The top 2 teams from this bracket goes in, of course, to Kawaii Kon. They play live on stage, and already we are seeing, trying to see if any Vision games coming out from these teams, and it is going to be Seraphine bot and Ziggs mid.
So I was going to say, it's actually a lot harder to get that insider information, whether you want to ward Raptors or whether you want to ward a little bit deeper, just because in this season, they made it so minions come almost half a minute earlier into lane. So you can see it a minute on the clock and the bot lane is crashing. You can only imagine how much sooner that would be for the mid side. And I kind of honestly, I like the Seraphine Nautilus matchup a little bit better just because Nautilus has that innate CC, sort of like we said with the Ashe. Once you get them locked down, the single E is enough to root them, and then you top that off with the double Q from Seraphine. It is so much damage. On the other side of things, Sakamaki's looking to land some nasty hooks here and just set it up for the Varus, because lethality Varus against an Enchantress is no joke for damage.
No joke indeed. So it'll be up to Frog as well if they're able to assist that, maybe block for the Seraphine, and especially like we mentioned, how lengthy the team fights will be coming out from Pokkake. If Nautilus goes in, if the Gnar goes in, ZhongShan goes in, with the ultimate, it is able to just do so much work. So it's up to Mod to see how they will play it out. So what are we gonna call Gnar for this game, Henry?
Well, I believe the characters in Korean say Heorum.
Oh, okay.
Do what you will with that information. I know you just took a pause.
I did a heavy pause. Actually, no,
Yeah.
wait. I think it is app hole for them as well. So we can call them app if you want to.
Up to you.
Yeah, we can call them app. Yeah. Which, by the way, they did say they are a game developer. They actually have one game that just went live on Steam, The Shock and Truth, and it looks pretty good actually. So I might check it out afterwards. I like those
Speaking
kind
of
of
fun
games.
facts, Alexios like Psyduck.
Oh, go to Pokemon. Go to Pokemon.
Great choice, honestly. But yeah, so far, lane state's pretty tame, and like we said, it is this best of one scenario, so better playing safe than sorry. They do get a second chance, though, if they lose. This is going to be a double elimination bracket,
Correct.
if I recall correctly. So this isn't they're out of the woods kind of situation. You do get that buffer game if you need it. You would obviously not want to use it this early into the tournament because your second game might be your last if that is the case. So playing it safe, seeing if anybody can scale. If I'm going to be honest, I think in terms of scaling, Pokkake are going to win it out pretty heavily. The Seraphine alone provides so much sustain for the team. Coupled that with the Gnar, ZhongShan, and the Nautilus as like this triple threat frontline, it does bode a lot of protection for the back. And so InsideTech trying to maybe, I would say, try to end this before 30 minutes, because after that, it gets kind of dicey unless you're in a pretty convincing lead.
Yeah, I do want to point out, a flash coming out from Alexio, so that's definitely very good coming out to make sure they get that flash out. But I want to point out the vision game from both teams. You do see a more prioritize for top side for, Team InsideTech, while bot lane, you already have some vision around the key points and the entryways from the jungle for Pokkake, as you see on the minimap. Of course, we did see that the first dragon will be an Ocean Drake. Yama Oreo coming back in, doing Singe things. I want to see if they start doing the Singe, the usual Singe things, as Alexio's getting chunked down already. Does have teleport available whenever they do decide to TP back in.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's going to be a little bit rough if you want to TP this early, because there's not a lot of value in terms of this back. Maybe you can buy a little bit of of mana regen and things like that, but at the time being, I mean, there's such a big CS lead. You could also see Alexios drained both pots in that lane, so had to flash from that ZhongShan, knew that would be first blood. And so there you go. Components to what I believe would be maybe maybe Hellfire.
Yeah, maybe Hellfire. And I do want to point out, especially with the, like you said, the first component, Yama Oreo getting jumped, though, will throw them back. Has flash available, flash coming up. from 2 members of Pokkake to steer first blood for the jungler Tunapie there.
Yeah, double commit, but it ends up being worth it. And we were talking about it. Was Singe going to do the crazy Singe stuff? They read it pretty well. It didn't work too soon over. I would say as soon as Singe kind of went for it, Yamaoreo kind of snuffed out right there. Tunapie able to capitalize. First blood on a Xin exactly what you would like to see if you're on the side of Pokkake, because again, that's your sole AD damage.
Yeah, so 80 damage there. And it looks like a repeat gank. Flash, like you mentioned, Henry, is going to be down. So let's see how it plays out here.
Yep, just going for another one, seeing if they can do a little bit of revenge action, hop over, but the flip secures it pretty much. Is it going to be a chomp? There it is. Heliotrope, both junglers now on the board.
Both junglers popping up there, and they did see all the action happening in that top side. Very smart, going for this first Drake, and Drakes matter so much more this season. Sakamaki does spot it out. It's going to be a 2 versus 4, though. I don't recommend you do this. Just try to play it smart here, but Ocean Drake secured for them. And not a bad Drake to have, especially with the speed I have, but here comes a hook.
Yeah, landing onto the Varus. There's going to be the root followed up by the E, but Thresh playing Warden for the time being, making sure nobody gets hit. That's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb, but root coming out from Lux. Alexios on that backside looks like they're being pincered in. Do they want to do anything as a 4-man unit? No, Pokkake able to make it out alive. Drake in hand.
Drake in hand indeed. Nothing blown by, Celica and Sakamaki here, while Ultimate was being blown by Tenka there. So definitely not the best situation, but very good from InsideTech to playing calm, cool, collected. Sure, you get hooked, but the backup wasn't there fast enough for Pokkake.
And that's the little bit of danger with these early ganks, is you want to make sure that the enemy team can't trade anything for it. You've typically heard that the first dragon is usually traded with the grubs of the game. The grubs aren't even up yet for the time being, which means that dragon was completely just taken without any repercussion. And that was able to stem from, like you said, that top lane gank from InsideTech. Yes, they were able to get the kill. Yes, they were able to shut down the Gnar. But top lane, for the most part, is now just back to even from that Gnar having that slight CS lead. And in trade, Pokkake were able to get a dragon. And like you said, Ocean Dragon on top of that, that just gives Seraphine more mana in order to heal up the rest of the team.
Yeah. More mana for them. A flash coming out from the Varus. Flash blown by Mod, though, Henry. So flash for these key components for this squad.
And we're going to have to see how both teams take that to their advantage. Seraphine and Varus, both very immobile carries, I would say, with no real way to escape any CC. I mean, especially the Varus with the Nautilus ultimate. Can get pretty tough, but you can see the poke coming out. Frog Framer, yeah, he's the tank, but he's taking a chunk.
Something to note, I do believe with that engage from Frog Framer, the ultimate was blown by Mod there as well. So 2 ultimates down for the carries of both teams. Sakamaki should be careful. Hook coming out on top of them.
Poke coming out. There's the shield from Frog Framer. The heal also expended. Still pushing forward. Is the arrow going to land? The answer is going to be yes. Mod's tanking the front of it, but it's not going to matter. Here comes Alexios just to help out, but a trade kill for Mods makes it a 2-for-1, but still, if you're InsideTech, you've got to be happy about that.
Happy indeed, and that was the grubs, all 3 taken away by Tunapie there, as both Yamaoreo and Helio were just a little too late.
Yeah, I think that was Tunapie alone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huh. What one of Tunapie is an interesting name. I wonder how that would taste.
I don't.
You know what? Valid. I'd rather not know how that tastes either, I'll be honest. Oh, actually, I do want to know. Do you see what keystone Mod took, Henry?
First strike.
First strike, but right now the first strike is going to be for potentially Alexios here.
Yeah, everything missing so far, so Alexios has no mana, has to flash away from the Ziggs ultimate. Ziggs topped off, blue suede shoes, very fancy. Using the ult just to clear the wave is going to be Alexios, and it's just going to be a nice reset, but good outplay from Tenka.
Yeah, very good outplay. Celica just taking all that damage there, but here they are spotted out. Both junglers are on the bot side of the map. Sakamaki is in trouble. Trundle's coming in.
Has Flash decides to finally use it. Are they going to do anything with that? Heliotrope in the vicinity.
Helio.
Now might get pincered on by Tenka. Is going to be able to get out with the Frozen Domain, shielded up by the Lux, and that's just going to be it. A bit of footsies, if you will, in the river, but nothing more than that.
Footsies in the river as now, but mid lane though, it's definitely going to be a big one, but a hook coming out from Here We Go.
Wild Framer, Encore coming out, everything landing, but is it going to be enough damage? This Acelia not able to make it out. Final beat coming out from Seraphine, secures it with the second one too. Tunapai now, 2 on the board, and this bot side looking very, very strong for Pokkake.
Yeah, very strong indeed. We keep on mentioning how volatile it can be, but respect to the name of course, Tunapai has been there for both the top and the bot side plays happening. So doing a good job, but like, yeah, we keep on mentioning the bot lane is where it is at currently, along with the mid lane, especially for them. Tenka up a solid 2 waves right now, 116 to 102.
I will say the silver lining for Alexios here, though, is that that was the CS lead from when we were first talking about how, you know, down 2 potions, had to take that TP early. So that CS lead hasn't actually grown since that moment. So the Lux has to feel pretty happy about it. In fact, I think with the assist coming out too, is able to finish the Luden's Tempest first. And now Tenka caught in trouble. That's going to be the satchel used to buffer the pillar there.
That was clean.
Very good buffer.
Oh, but Tunapai, he's in a peculiar situation.
Tunapai caught out, trying to jump onto Celia, able to do anything. That's going to be a lot of damage. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to be enough, and now the Ziggs is the one caught. Satchel doesn't actually dodge the ult from the Lux. And that's going 2 quick ones coming out from InsideTech. Trying to see if they can recuperate the Singe now down here, but I think it's just going to be to secure the Dragon. 4 members here on the bot side.
How much HP does Celica have, Henry? That was like single-digit HP there, surviving. Even with the burn coming out from the atomization from the Ziggs from Tenka, it wasn't enough as, oh boy. Oh, I get
the Lantern.
A proxy coming out.
From the Thresh, plus the Guardian was so much shielding, it just kept the Varus alive. And that's what you got to do when you're ADCs and mobile, man. You got to provide as much shielding as you possibly can, and in that instance it worked out. The damage was so close, like you said. Ultimates expended, but not enough.
I do want
to
point out,
that's kind of how you shut down that Ziggs.
The gold lead is so even right now. Only like a minute, like 400 to 500 gold, and overall it's pretty even across the board as well. The only major differences, of course, would be that mid and bot. Mid in favor, actually, of the Lux because of the kills. Along with the bot lane, of course, we have to point out Seraphine, but to get a Seraphine, here goes them on top of Singe.
Yep, just gonna be a flip into turret range. Didn't set up the sticky goo or anything like that, so no fly trap here. But yeah, just Singe doing Singe things, enjoying the lane. Ooh. Kind of has that Rylai's already built, so able to provide that, again, that setup for the Seraphine route. Any type of slow, just immediately Seraphine route with that E.
Something to note, Henry, they did do a lane swap, but the bot lane of InsideTech hasn't got their, you know, their goals yet. Like, look at the left side. You see Mod and Frog, they have the controller slot, they have the boot slot, but nothing for Celica and Sakamaki. So a very early, I guess, rotation towards that top side.
Yeah, and 14 minutes is typically when you would see these quests completed for one side or the other. It's a very small window of opportunity. Usually it's less than a minute, but if you're able to capitalize on it, like you said, for example, the bot lane on Seraphine completed the quest, that's that extra lump sum of gold that you see. That's why that Blackfire Torch is completed, and then a little bit more after that. Tier already stacking, almost done. So a lot of first item power spikes coming out. As you see, 2 Blackfire Torches on the side of Ziggs and Seraphine. Ziggs not going for the nuclear build, rather going for a burn build.
The nuclear build is a crazy thing to say, but you are not wrong. As it looks like they may be trying for an App here. App does have the hop skip, goes towards Jinzhao.
has the Gnar bar ready, is going to do a 2-man Gnar towards the team, actually forces the Mega Inferno Bomb to hit as Celia has to flash into it to start kiting away.
Ultimate!
So far good. Encore just barely missing. Gnar not able to finally connect onto it. Staying alive for the time being. It's a 1-for-1 trade top laner for support. And now Hook landing, double root is going to be the final spark. Mods is gonna fall, and now the fight is in favor of InsideTech. They are flashing forward. Tenka, the last one, has to flash away, doesn't have the satchel, but the pillar is so good, and the Singe is now just poison trailing it all the way to the finish line, walking him down. That's gonna be the ace for one in favor of InsideTech.
It started with Pokkake getting the pick on top of them with the Nautilus and the ults coming out from Mod and the Narbar, but patience is a virtue coming out from this InsideTech squad. TP coming out from App here does want to get a pick on top of Celia here, but they may be in danger though. No flash available for the Varus, and that is going to be a shutdown. A pretty much needed one for this Gnar.
I'm gonna be honest, I know that feeling. That wave's right there. I'm an ADC.
Yo,
Why
real,
would I
real.
not, you know? But unfortunately, yeah, teleport's not to be messed with, especially because this Gnar opted in for the teleport in the beginning of the game, meaning that the teleport is now an enhanced TP. You come in with this big shield, and so I believe that's also a shorter cooldown on that teleport as compared to if you didn't take a TP.
Correct.
And then you get the third summoner spell. So a little bit harder to manage the timing of that. It's a relatively new mechanic, but a bit of a greedy play from Celia there.
Yeah, and as the gold shifts more and more in favor of Alexios, half HP for the Gnar. I do want to point out, Nautilus though has been doing a really good job over like a couple of components over the Thresh, of course, for this one. I do want to point out, did opt for the heal compared to the Ignite from Sakamaki.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of heal for supports as opposed to even like a summoner spellbook, and apparently the reason is so you can go a bit more aggressive level 1 and take that level 1 trade. Seraphine is pretty good in that level 1 damage, and then you just heal to top it off as if the other team did nothing. But in terms of where it is right now, it's really just to provide that little extra sustain on top of the Seraphine, but it's gonna be the Infernal Rift coming along for this game 1, this first game of this entire tournament, at least the one that we get to see. And InsideTech with the inside track heading into the pit here. It looks like Pokkake are circling around, seeing if they can do anything.
But they're looking for Yama, potentially. Yama just taking damage from this dragon, losing that's my HP. Look at the Rift Herald, but there might be a fight breaking out. 5 versus 5, Henry, here we go.
Yeah, that's going to be the final spark hitting onto the Nautilus, seeing if they can do anything. Knock up is going to hit 2, and it's also going to be secured by Pokkake, but the fight so far not looking too hot. 2 members left standing. That's going to be a huge Gnar coming out. Is it going to amount to anything? Yes, the CC chain is long enough for the Ziggs to dish out the damage, and so far, Chomp coming out, but the mini Gnar comes back, the range comes back. And 3 for 4, it's a bloodbath on both sides, but it's the dragon secured for Pokkake.
Dragon secured. App right now showing they're not just a game designer, but they own this map. They are the game master. Beautiful Gnar. It looked disastrous, 2 versus 4 at the end there, but they re-engage Gnar with the double CC there, and the Ziggs with the damage to knock it off. Oh, what a fight. And props to PewDiePie for just staying committed. It's the jungle one-track mind. Me get objective, and objective they got.
Yeah, and I don't know if the if Heliotrip was zoned out per se. Maybe the Nautilus ult was able to provide that space, but in the moment, it looked like Pokkake were just able to force their way into the Dragon Pit. They did lead it outside, so there was no reason for anything crazy to happen. I mean, smart move, because if InsideTech were to stay in the pit, that's just easy Mega Inferno Bomb pickings for the other team.
Easy pickings indeed. And oh boy, like you mentioned, the tier has been fully stacked for a while for the Seraphine, so I do want to see what they decide when they decide to upgrade that item. The gold, it's pretty much even, Henry. It has
Yeah.
not bypassed 1,000 gold lead for either side this entire game, really. And
And you can see most of that gold lead, or most of the gold, I should say, on Pokkake's side is now in that Gnar's hands. And you could see just from that previous fight, that was before the money was in Gnar's pockets, and that was already so much impact coming out. Satchel to secure the bot turret, not the first one of the game. InsideTech was able to get that one in mid, but a lot of turret plate money now falling.
yeah, a lot of turret plates falling now. Almost at top side of the map though, but very close, very not far just yet. But speaking of not far off, Helio is looking for something top side, of course. App, Dinar being the captain of their team, so leading with excellence, if you will, Henry.
Yep, and with the gold being so close, less than I would say just like maybe a potion apart in totality for both teams, but they're looking to jump onto this Varus. Great flash away, dodges the encore and the engage from the Xin Zhao. And a kind of a late bomb there, but yeah, okay. Varus able to make it out, and I was talking about how this would potentially be a lethality Varus. No, this is a full-on hit Varus. It's a great response to the very tanky frontline that Pokkake have, but he's gonna need the space to be bought. In fact, Thresh stepping a little bit too far into 4 members. A little bit of ARAM here almost for the side of Pokkake, but they're able to get the enemy support and even the tower here. So now almost the full sweep of outers, just missing that one in top lane.
Yep, and with the power of Ziggs, if Ziggs decides to posture towards us, actually never mind, they're gonna sneeze at it, and it's yeah. Jump, skip,
Yeah.
sneeze, and it's good.
So yeah, I feel like both teams have kind of just been playing around the neutral objectives, which means we should expect a fight in about a minute. Like you said, we're trying to see when the Seraphine decides to transfer that tier over to a full Seraphs. It would provide a lot of shielding, a lot of defenses, but for the time being, just double burn items and a lot of 2-item power spikes coming out for the rest of the rosters here. Very tanky for this Trundle, but mostly armor and Mercury Tread, so a bit mix of both armor and MR, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too crazy for the most part here. Let's see, with 22 minutes on the clock, we do see objectives spawning up, like you mentioned. Inferno Drake, if this would be, if they do get it, it'll be soul point for Pokkake. So, and if you are InsideTech, having this Ziggs with Infernal Soul would be disastrous.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, but once again, InsideTech here first to the battle. They have control of the banana bush, but the Phalites are going to reveal a little bit more. And now, 2 sides of the river, each secured by a different team. Tuna Pie engaging the dragon first, pulling the aggro upwards, making sure that they have the first track to this dragon here, as the Nautilus does get hooked. Encore actually wide, doesn't hit anybody. Root hitting so many people. Crescent Guard having to come out early, and now Final Spark able to take one, able to take 2. Gnar against the wall, but that's just to prevent the front line. The Seraphine is absolutely destroyed, and now Yamo Oreo just running over the rest of it. Another clean ace, just the Thresh falling, and with that, InsideTech are going to be able to transfer that into the Purple Worm, into the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, very good from them. Yamo Oreo was in that back end. They were zooming with the teleport, especially with the pass coming out. They were able to get around the whole team fight and just do such good DPS there, of course. Thresh, they're the tank, they're the engage. They know their job and their position, as since Yamo Oreo still pushing down that mid lane, should be a good chunk of damage on top of that turret there.
Yeah, and I feel like on the side of Pokkake, they just didn't have their... Oh, that's an ult.
Yep.
It's okay, short cooldown. They just didn't have their tanks in the right spot, and that just allowed Helio and Yama to just kind of run in. You could see Seraphine missing that encore after that. There was almost no peel left for the side of Pokkake, and because of that, not much to result from it. And you can see we were worried about the damage composition coming out from this roster. You can see on the other side of InsideTech, wits end for the Varus. 2 MR items coming out from the Trundle. And that's just enough to keep them, you know, well and truly alive in this magic heavy type of damage on the side of Pokkake. And InsideTech now, they've tied up the dragons. They don't have to worry about an imminent soul coming in from the side of the blue team, and now they get the push power. They have Baron Nashor. They're doing the 1-3-1.
All I have to say is like you mentioned with that magic resist, it's that Riot Games healthcare coming out right now, make sure that they're staying alive with a whopping 4K. Actually, yeah, 4K gold lead inside of InsideTech now. You mentioned earlier they have the inside track to get the winning formula for this game, but they have to make sure they maintain it because it is a game of League of Legends. Anything can happen. We've seen Barons get stolen, we've seen bases get raced, but now let's see what they happen. It is a low stake in this game though. 4 minutes left for the Barons to respawn. 2.5 little over that for the Infernal Drake. Both teams at 2 apiece. Henry.
And you can see InsideTech, they're moving their ward line up, trying to choke out this jungle. Pokkake trying to clear as much vision as they can find, but with that Baron, typically people think you push the lanes, you try to get turrets, but one of the other side advantages you can get while you have this Baron buff is to take the enemy junglers' camps. That puts not only money away from their pocket, but into yours, so it's sort of like a double advantage in terms of that regard. And so you can see they are trying to push into the jungle, get those wards up, so that when a camp comes up, they can immediately take that to the best of their ability. And the siege, it's slow, it's relentless, but TunaPie looking to see if they can stifle out Alexios. They think the wrong bush. Prediction is wrong, but that's going to be the mind flip to slow things down.
Alexios.
That's going to be the satchel. And an 1100 gold bounty coming up on the other side of things. Varus able to take out Frog Framer in, I believe, the mid lane. Yeah, and so now mid push coming out. That's going to be an encore. It does stifle out the engage.
Oh, nice
coming out.
ultimate.
That's a lot of damage from the Thresh, and the Thresh just falls right there. Tenko with almost the whole kit landing, I would say.
Pretty much the whole kit there. Just so much DPS there. Well, top side, Gnar app is half HP just from, I guess, some shenanigans happening there. Of course, with so much shutdown in the pockets, so much more gold in for that Jin Zhao though. 2.5 minutes for the Baron, 1 minute for the Infernal Drake.
And that completely stifles any further pushes. The Barons are about to time out here. And you can see Varus now being the main benefactor of that entire Baron buff, up almost 1.5 thousand relative to the Seraphine. Of course, Seraphine is this sort of utility carry per se, so not necessarily the one in need of all that money. That would be the Ziggs. And we saw that potential damage coming out. This is a 3-item boots completed Ziggs. And he's that just burned through the Thresh, you know?
He hungry for that damage. He wants that damage. But definitely with the dragon spawning, Henry, keep an eye on the Gnar bar. It just expired for the Mega Gnar form. So want to see how they play it out. They have enough time to get that up and TP down towards this dragonfly, because this will be an important one. But they're just rushing down mid, actually.
Yeah, I'm glad you point out the teleports. Both top laners opted for the Empower TP coming into this game, so I'm going to assume it's going to be a little bit of a gentleman's agreement TP. But I would say, to be honest, that Singed TP is going to be so much more valuable than the Gnar, because Singe coming in with like a 2,000 health shield, how do you stop that from running over your carries, running through your whole team? But whoa, that's the flash forced out from TunaPie.
He does have to re-engage with the abilities, but I'm not sure if that'll be enough though. They're dragging it out. Watch the teleport coming out, Henry.
Teleport coming in. Yama on that back line. hit by the Nautilus ult, but isn't going to matter.
That's a
5-man encore into the bomb, but look at that damage. It's almost not there. Final spark coming out from the Lux, takes out Frog Framer, takes out 2. Seraphine already falling, so the sustain is no longer there. And Tenka being run over by the Singe. There's the flip, and there's the root coming out from the Lux. It's a clean 5-man unit. They don't even need the Baron. They can just end it mid right there. And the dominoes fall. We said InsideTech had to end this by about 30 minutes. They're going to do it just a little bit over. The time requirement, check. And first, Nexus, check. They will be moving on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, potentially so. Yama is just like, I'm just going to go top lane instead. I'm doing Singe things. But actually, no, Henry.
Yeah,
I don't think they can end it.
Oh, okay. Well,
Never mind. We stand flabbergasted here. Because they decided, all right, it's not over until it is over. Right now, the thing that may be over is the Baron, as it is up. Recess coming out from the Thresh, but they should be able to posture towards it if they wanted to.
retrospectively, turrets do come up. I do now know this. You know, Nexus turrets. You know, even if you're able to take down one, which would be, you know, the strategy in years past before they implemented this changes, any extra damage you can get on that final Nexus structure would help out. But they decide to, you know, not do anything with that. For one inhibitor is good enough. Just let that pressure build. I thought they were going to cycle this into the Baron before the rest of Pokkake came up, but no, they just kind of took that. They reset it. They bought up their items. And you can see Lux now 4 items almost, has that Seeker's Arm Guard in case they find themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation, but that gold lead has since ballooned to about 8,000. They're starting the Baron now, and I don't even think Pokkake are aware. They do have the Scuttle Crab vision. They do see the Frozen Domain being popped by the Trundle. Is this going to be a fake and bait? Yama with the first flip catches out the main tank. Frog Framer, another one, has to flash into the blue pit, but it doesn't work out. Alexios with the final spark. That's a few seconds cooldown, and while they were doing that, just the Baron burned down by the Varus.
Yeah, I mean, it is Varus. Are you that surprised there, Henry? Varus doing all that damage.
It is the on hit.
It is the on hit. It ain't no it ain't lethal. We thought it was gonna be lethality, but
they had us.
They had us. They had us in the first how many minutes?
They had us until they built that map scepter at like 5 minutes.
It's like, oh, that's not lethality. Instead, oh, but look at Mod though. Mod may be in danger. Instead, it'll be the Gnar.
Ooh, beautiful hook coming out from Sakamaki. A little bit of redemption after all of those deaths in the team fights, and they're able to look at this Singe, so speedy, just running in. Tenka has the stopwatch, but it just delays the inevitable. That will finally do it. A triple kill to Alexios.
Oh, but
after a rough laning phase, it's going to work out for InsideTech, and they will now move on to the upper bracket.
Up to the upper bracket will be this squad, and if I'm not mistaken, the winner of this will, of course, be going against our #1 seed, League United. But it's not over for, of course, Pokkake. They still have second opportunity. They will be going down to the lower bracket against Block Boys United. A lot of Uniteds.
Absolutely so. Yeah, a lot of Uniteds. That's kind of, I mean, teams got to be united if they want to perform well, right? And InsideTech here, very united. You could see it in the team fights, moving together as a unit. Very clear on what everybody had to do. You know, the tanks had to just run in, the support or the backline had to do sustained damage, and it ultimately worked out for them. They were able to overcome the sustain. They mostly shut down the Seraphine very early in the team fights, I would say, and that's what kind of led to this. You know, there was no worry for that sustain coming out from the side of Pokkake, and yeah, they're able to kind of win it out here. They're gonna move forward, like you said, Pokkake. They got that second chance, but after that, there's no more, so you really don't want your second game to be your last in this tournament.
Don't want a second game to be the last indeed, but very nice, I guess, overall team fighting from both teams actually. Very well played compositions. I do want to point out both the jungler and the mid laner for InsideTech. One death apiece. Alexios was so close to being
Oh yeah.
unkillable this entire game, but an unfortunate getting caught out in that bot side, trying to get that bot side turret led to a death for them. But who would you be your MVP for this game number 1?
Ooh, I would probably give it. I would probably give it to Yama, to be honest. You know,
Really?
had a little bit of rough in that early game, but side lanes held pretty well. Was just an absolute menace in the team fights. It felt like Pokkake didn't have a response to the Singe running them around. I mean, yes, they had the Nautilus ult, but by the time the Nautilus ult connected, the Singe was already in there. You know, Rylai is affecting
zooming.
the whole team, making it harder for them to run away. And so, you know, sleeper pick, I'm gonna go with Yama.
Yeah, 5-2 and 19 to end the game. Full build at the end of, and actually they almost had a fully stacked Medjai's Henry.
Yeah,
Oh my! I
very
love
unkillable.
I love the Singe players because you don't know what they think really.
They might not know either.
They they may not know indeed. But like we mentioned, it is not over for a lot of these teams. All of these matches have been slowly branching out. We do have some winners of some of the other rounds, of course. For we
Okay.
already mentioned League United beating out Block Boys United. I actually do have the end score here. Let me see real fast. It is going to be in a 23-2 victory for that team. While on the opposite side,
Wow.
we do have Team Expedition 808 against Barden Bellas, who fun fact, they did want to go for the name Leighton Lovers, but I vetoed that. They
Why
won in
not?
28-1. Henry. But anyway, very good gameplay overall. But yeah, so we need to see what that last match would be of our team solo Kitten versus Losers Q. Potentially, we may be getting an interview with one of the players, actually, Alexios, of course, the mid laner of this team. And hey, doing a really good job in my opinion this game.
Yeah, I mean, able to transfer that rough early game, like we said, down 2 waves super early, had to take that terrible TP and kind of made do with it. And then I would assume kind of just like clearing the wave, roaming bot. We saw a lot of 4-man plays coming out from that bot side. So able to transfer that lane disadvantage into an advantage elsewhere. Really got that that Thresh Varus bot lane a bit more ahead, and then that ended up working out for the whole team. So, you know, that's kind of like that team synergy that you like to see. If it's not working out for you, make it work out for someone on your team. Alexios, the king of that.
But yeah, doing a good job so far. I do want to see how to play out. Yeah, especially with that next game, they are going against the first seed, the highest rated team in this game. And actually, I believe we did their OPGDs earlier. We can actually check it out real fast, Henry. Let's see. What do we
Okay.
got? Oh, Master, Diamond and Go. Hey, that gold guy, just like me for
Ban the
real.
gold guy. Ban the gold guy
Hey,
out.
hey, that's crazy. I love their names. It's just what your WeChat and what your Kakao.
Yeah. Yep. Very, very true to the memes, if you will. We're gonna see if memes make dreams, and if they're able to advance to that winners bracket. I believe that would be the winners bracket finals, if I'm not mistaken, if they were able to win out the next one.
Yeah, and of course,
Um,
we did mention in our overall stuff, if you do win your next match, you're actually be done for the day. You won't be playing until tomorrow at, I believe, let me see if I got that timer, that date correct. Tomorrow at 11 a.m.
mhm. And those are going to be best of 3s.
Correct.
Fearless best of 3s. Oh my
Ooh,
my.
Fearless best of 3s. And for those of you who don't know what Fearless Draft is, it's pretty much, say this is game 1 of a Fearless Draft. Everything played in this game is no longer allowed for the rest of the game. Or series,
Yeah,
sorry.
the series. Yeah, so I mean, this wasn't, well, technically this was Fearless because it's game 1 and you're never gonna, have this matchup again in terms of it. But Yeah, that just means if this was a series, there would be no Singe, there would be no Lux, there would be no Ziggs, no Seraphine. All of those picks would be taken out for the remainder of the series, and so those are automatic bans, meaning that's 10 bans across the board. You still go through your ban phase, you still go through your pick phase, so that pincers the pool a little bit, and does require that teams and players have a little bit more than just a one trick up their sleeves.
Yeah, a very more flexible pool, if you will. Like we mentioned, especially for a lot of these teams, this is their first time competing in this sort of competitive environment, and they do need to see how they can expand their pool and expand their overall play style, if you will.
Absolutely right. So, I mean, we saw two different identities coming out. I don't know if the other teams were necessarily watching the stream on the side while they were playing their own game, but we saw, I mean, to be honest, the tried and true front to back work out in this game, you know, compared to what we saw on the other side with Pokkake. They tried to go for this little bit of mix and match damage composition, jungle relative to the lanes. They tried to go for a more sustain oriented build, I would say. They tried to go for poke. Won them the early game, as you expect, you know, having that lane advantage. But when it came to the team fights, when it came to the mid to late, that tried and true, that front to back, the Varus dishing out the damage, while the Trundle and the Singe kind of just caused chaos in the front, ended up being the benefactor and being the winner of this first game. So I wonder if the other teams now are keeping that into consideration along with the game that they played themselves, right? How the outcome of that went, what teams they drafted, and I expect a little bit of meta evolution as the games go on. Still, obviously, the comfort that you expect, but maybe a little bit more than that.
Yeah, but for now, we'll be taking a short break while we prepare for a potential interview with one of the key players of the InsideTech team, of course. We'll be right back after a short break. This is the Hawaii Esports Open Championship presented by Workin Gamers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
No bias.
No bias, of course. Yeah. Your bro.
Wow.
Okay. Hey,
All right.
I like that. I like that. Hey, shout out to Alexios, of course. You know, a phenomenal player. He could have been deathless, but that little bot lane mishap was a little
No, the perfect KDA.
Yeah. Speaking of what happened in the game, I guess one of the things that we noticed was you kind of went for ganks a little bit earlier while the other jungler kind of focused on the neutrals. Was there a reason behind that kind of priority, or were you kind of just like going for feels kind of thing?
Yeah, I was just padding bot to top. I was gonna play for Shota, or our top laner, because he got his main. So I was like, oh, we gotta play for him. So I was I didn't want to lose all objectives, but it just ended up happening. But it worked out. So
That's true. That's true.
It worked out anyway.
Mhm.
Speaking of which, Alexios did mention that their favorite Pokemon is Psyduck. How would you rate that Psyduck though?
Psyduck, 10 out of 10. He's a classic.
Oh.
He's a classic.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
goofy.
Oh,
He's funny.
what's your favorite Pokemon though?
Oh, me? Meganium.
Really? How do you feel about the
Wow.
the Mega Meganium?
What is
How do
that?
you feel-
Am I a fake fan? Oh no.
Oh, yeah, no, they added a new one, a Mega
What?
form of it.
Oh
yeah.
no. Oh my god. No, I only played Pokemon when I was a kid.
I know, fair enough, fair enough.
There you go.
Yeah, there we
I
go.
mean,
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to take up too much of your time, like you said. We do kind of got to get you rolling into your next game, but we thank you for the interview, obviously, and good luck in your next one.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
opportunity.
Good luck with your team. Good luck, and yeah, especially as League United, they're our first seed, by the way.
I know. I see all the ranks. I'm like, oh god. But
Well,
we'll do our best.
of course.
Underdog arc.
Underdog.
Mhm.
Hey, Underdog Arc, good luck. Hope you make it. If not, we'll be seeing you more in the future. Have a good one, Dan.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck, have fun.
Oof.
Yeah, but good job to Dance, though. We'll see how they play and the rest of the stuff. But we do have our next potential match already. Looks like maybe next year. And Code did finish their game, Henry. 50 minutes long. Yeah, so let's see what happens there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, sorry. That one froze
Let's hope
there.
they have the let's hope they have the stamina for that, because I mean, maybe these people have played in a Clash tournament before. For those who don't know, Clash is kind of like the premier team equivalent of Valorant, where you kind of go in, you play your matches back to back, but it's a same day tournament, so you kind of just keep going back and back to back games. The only downtime you really have is however long the longest team takes. And because they're the longest team, they have to jump straight into their next game. So we're going to have to see how that one goes.
So we do have it. It was a 49.5-minute game. And actually, before our interview, I actually got to do a sneak peek of it. The opposition for that team, I believe it was Losers Q, they were in almost at Nexus against Team Solo Kitten. So Team Solo Kitten were very close to losing it out, but they did win at the end of the day against them.
Wow.
38 kills to 24 kills. So a bloodbath, if you will.
But like we said, it's the Nexus standing that ends up winning, and they get to keep their second chance alive for Team Solo Kitten. So we're going to have to see how their match goes up. But like we said, we've got our next rounds coming up right now, but for the time being, as the dust settles, 4 teams move on, and 4 teams now to the lower bracket where they have their last chance.
Yeah, last chance indeed. And I do believe that means the next match we'll be watching will be Losers Q versus Barden Bellas.
All right. So, to appeal to the Gen Zs, that's seed 6 and seed 7, I believe. So, make with that what you will. I know, hand in the face. But yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you kids nowadays with your new memes.
So these 2 seeds, they lost their first game. So what we are watching here essentially for our next one is going to be an elimination game. I don't know if that's going to be on the back of these 2 teams' minds, but it's got to be something to worry about. You know, you were seated lower. Some may say that this is kind of like the expected outcome for these teams, because if we're just going based on seeding, this would be what you expect to happen. But like we said at the top of the day, it's a little bit worrying to use your second chance so early. It's even more worrying if that second game is your last.
Yeah, last chance qualify for these teams, and a last chance for both of them to potentially make it farther and farther in this tournament. I do believe, because of how long the game was, they are going to be taking a small break, especially for Team Solo Kitten and Team Losers Q. Like 50 minutes games in this day and age. Have you ever had a 50-minute game recently, Henry? Because like for me personally, it's been a while since I had a game that lengthy.
Yeah, especially because of what they did with the quests in every role. They've made every game a lot shorter. Um the exaggeration that I'm going to use is in pro play, there's been best of 5 series that go 3-0 and it ends in less than an hour and a half total gameplay time, which is 30 minutes or less for every game. So the games that stall, like the one that we just had between seeds 3 and 6, very, very rare exception. I think the average game time this season is somewhere close to 27 minutes.
Yeah, so almost double that is being a crazy statement to have. And hey, they're showing that it might be a team cohesion thing as well. These guys could be playing together for a long time. So especially when you know your teammates and you're able to be very cohesive, it is very often that you are able to take down these higher ranked teams that don't play together often, because it could be like a solo queue team could be a team that plays together more often than not.
Absolutely right. We're gonna have to see if they're able to work out their differences, communicate a little bit better, because like we said, it's life on the line here for Losers Q and Barden Bellas. Only one team will continue to ride that lower bracket run. The other team, we say sayonara to them, and that will be it. This is still a best of one here, so not a lot of room for error.
Yeah. Speaking of that, there will be 3 best of 3s for this before going into the grand finals. Of course, the winner finals and losers finals will be happening tomorrow, along with the losers semifinals, the final match of the day for League of Legends. So we need to see which 2 teams will come out on top and potentially be able to give us a show, if you will.
Absolutely right. And now, obviously, we did the dynamic seeding in the first round. What that means for those who aren't aware is that we just put it highest seed against lowest seed, and then we kept trickling until we got towards the middle. Now that we have played our first rounds, supposedly the higher seeds were the ones that were able to make it out. The match that we actually watched was the only one where the lower number was able to take down the higher seed. But again, 4 to 5 wasn't that far away in terms of seeding. All the other more extreme matchups, I would say, where the higher seeds were able to make it out. And so now we are expecting in the brackets that we're at, the competition should be a lot closer than the ones we have heard of in the other games. With that being said, that doesn't necessarily mean you should get a little bit more comfortable. It just means that you shouldn't beat yourself up as much for the small mistakes that you made, because those are easily overcomable now that the skill level is a bit closer, so to speak.
Correct indeed. But man, oh man, I do want to point out, like we mentioned before, for Team Barden Bellas, I know the team captain for that team. That's why, and we'll see how he plays out. This is their first tournament ever, so we do like to see this community being brought up and participating for this first time in these events. And even despite the loss, he did mention that he had a blast, he is enjoying it, and he's learning a lot, him and his friends, and how they could get better in the game overall, because it's also a learning experience for these players. Sure, they may have lost, but they know what they can achieve by witnessing these higher elo players that have been in this competition beforehand, Henry.
Yeah, and it's hard to beat yourself up over playing in a competition like this and losing, because like you said, there are these new form teams, but there are also, we've seen some players from Kawaii Kon's past, many even, so to speak, where they have participated in our previous like King of the Hill tournaments and stuff like that. So they have, so to speak, the experience in these types of tournaments. But you never know when they get overthrown until the new people come in, they practice, they train, they attend these also, because it's not about what happens one day, it's about when your day one is, so to speak.
It all starts with day one, to see how they play it out and how they are able to overcome those weaknesses as well and improve for themselves. So it's always going to be how it plays out. I do believe we are prepping for the next game already, I believe. So you just be seeing our pretty faces for a little more, or as Henry says, my very hairy face.
Why would you point that out on stream?
They all see it. They all, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, speaking of which,
Okay.
I do want to see. We did mention it earlier to the teams, but we didn't mention it to you guys, the broadcast, because it is a new patch this week, and along with some changes to certain champions, they are going to be disabled for this weekend. Not just in League of Legends, but also on the Valorant side. For League of Legends, of course, Shyvana, the dragon, she is not allowed because there's a decent amount of changes for, and not just that, there's a new agent in Valorant mix.
Yeah.
So that is that.
because I think they were just released within the week.
Actually, I
would
think
say.
Tuesday or Wednesday, actually.
Yeah, like earlier this week. So because of that, we kind of want to give a little grace period to all of the players, competitive integrity, stuff like that. So they will not be enabled for this weekend tournament thus far. I believe when we get to the actual LAN experience, enough time will have passed, and so we will be re-enabling that that champion and agent respectively. So players that do make it that far do have to look out for the fact that they will have to practice or at least be aware of that extra character on both of the game titles. But for now, it's just what you've known thus far. Nothing too crazy. I mean, I say that, but I feel like there's a big patch every month or so for both games. But these players,
Yeah.
they've been playing the game for a while. They're kind of used to it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I still say the jump from last year to this year was pretty cool, seeing all of these like newer changes. Like you mentioned, the role quest. For those of you who have not played in a while, role quest is a new thing where each individual role in the game has opportunities to get newer stuff as well.
Yep, absolutely so. I'm not aware of the jungle one because I refuse to associate with jungle.
I think
Top
it's just
lane,
the upgrades, I think.
top lane allows you to hit level 20. And also you get TP if you didn't start with TP, you get normal TP or normal empowered TP. If you did start with TP, like we were mentioning in the game, you get an empowered one where you end up with a shield. I believe it's like 20%, maybe 18% of your max HP.
I think so.
Mid lane, if you complete the quest, you get tier 3 boots, which is the boots you got from the Feats of Warfare in the Noxus season. Bot lane, you get more gold per minion, and you also get gold, and boots will be moved into a separate slot so you can build 6 full items. And then supports innately get their control wards in a 7th slot, and when you complete the quest, so control wards become 40 gold instead of 75.
I will say, I forget. Are you able to rebind if it's on V or not, or change it?
Yes, I binded
thank
it
God.
to H.
I don't know. I'm so used to V being my my ping button. That's why. So it being changed actually messed me up when I with that new season and everything. I don't know, man.
Oh wait, no, yeah, that's me too. The yellow ping, right? The one with
Yes.
the yeah.
The
So I
the
rebinded it to
exclamation.
H, because that was the closest key I believe that's available to all the other ones. Since G is free cam, I believe.
Yes, G is free cam. I love we're just looking at our
Yeah.
keyboards right now, trying to figure out where it is on the keyboard.
And T is taunt, and you kind of need that. You
Oh,
know?
sure.
It's League of Legends. You kind of need that.
Funnily enough, I binded that to my mouse, so I unironically click that every now and then. My
Oh my
my
lord.
my KDA mouse.
That's great. That's great.
Actually, funny enough, they're actually making KDA Funko Pops, Henry.
I did see that. I
ordered the whole set.
Oh. But you have to. You're GameStop.
I hate you so much. Anyway, we are here in this already in our first, actually our second match, second match for these guys as well. I do believe there he is. Names are swapped now. Barden Bellas on the blue side. I do believe Lucius Q chose red side. They are the higher C, so they did choose that.
Oh wow. Yeah. I mean, I very well see the use of, counter pick here. I think especially because of the situation we're in where comfort is more important than meta per se. I'm pretty sure meta has a little bit of effect here, but not too much. First pick doesn't really matter because you're not really pincering the pull from the opponent either. That's kind of what you're doing with the bans anyway. And so I think counter pick here in this situation is a lot more valuable than, say, just getting something right off the gate. We did see it in that first game. Pokkake first picked the Seraphine, and it ended up to be, arguably being their demise. It ended up being a priority target on the side of InsideTech. They were able to just shut down that Seraphine in team fights, and because of that, they were able to just win out. So a little bit of a double-edged sword here with the first pick. Losers Q recognizing that, going with the counter pick.
And immediately we got the first ban as well for Losers Q. It's set in the words of Ingenium, who is their captain. I am the best iron set player in America.
Heck yeah.
And funny enough, one of our associates, Daguda, who is also from Working Gamers, he's cosplayed set before at Kawaii Kon, correct?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So we did a set off between Daguda and Ingenium here. Looks like the second ban wasn't. The ban should be there. We just don't know what it is. Unfortunately, we will notify that when we are going to notify that. It seems like Syndra is going to be the second ban. Actually, third ban. We don't know what the second ban is just yet. We will get through that. I believe the third ban as well. So we will figure out as time goes on. So prepare for that.
Yeah, I mean, what we've been seeing in the first series we saw, there was a little bit of jungle priority in terms of the bans. We saw, I believe, 2 jungle bans in that first set of 3, one from each side, and then once that Xin Zhao, I believe, was selected on the side of Pokkake, they started banning out. They used the remaining 2 bans in the second half to ban out the jungle pool even more. And we're kind of seeing that a little bit here, jungle mid being the more of the priority versus jungle top, which we saw in that first series. And so I'm not sure what the ruckus is about. Everybody can arguably say jungle is the most impactful lane in the whole, or impactful role, I should say, in the whole game. But yeah, a consensus of jungle bans coming along across now 2 games.
I think something may be wrong with our stuff, so we'll get the bans situated and fixed out when it is ready. But from what we've seen for the initial one, it was that the Set, Mel, and Jarvan were banned out. So a key pick for Barden Bellas was, Ingenium actually, while Mel and Jarvan is probably one of the most quintessential jungles in this game, Henry. I mean, he's a king for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, the flag and drag, so useful. The cataclysm, so useful in buying space. And, just trapping them in the, quote, Thunderdome, which everybody likes to, nickname it, is just such a big zoning ult. You typically think of zoning ults as, like, keeping them at bay, but zoning them in a specific region, for ultimates like the Ziggs that we saw in game number 1, with the other teams, or there's just more CCable options if they're confined to a tight space. And so J4 being one of those top picks that you definitely want banned. If I were to argue for other picks that I've kind of seen in terms of the jungle with big impact, I would argue Nocturne is a pretty big one. Turn off the lights, cause the chaos, allow that flank to be very, very possible. We've also been seeing a lot of different top laners be picked in the jungle. Examples would be stuff like Ambessa, Aatrox, a little bit of Zehen even, you could argue, has been popping up. Mordekaiser has been another good one. So jungle pool, very expansive. But yeah, so far, we'll have to see what's kind of going on right now. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, nothing that we can't fix, but it's going to be a little bit of time. We appreciate your patience sticking around with us.
Appreciate everyone's patience as all the other games are happening right now, though. Let's see what we'll be doing here, though, as we are going to see some of the picks happening soon, hopefully. Oh, here we go, actually. We have the picks. Okay, we have to restart it because it looks like we had a unfortunate crash. But yeah, some of the picks are here, though. We do see an Akshan getting hovered. You gotta love the Akshan. That's so fun. And as well as a Aurelion Soul. Oh, it seems like Akshan is wrong, actually.
I can I can geek out a little bit. I've been playing mage bot lanes this season because ADCs are trash. Um, as you could see by the selection of Seraphine over, any ADC from the side of Pokkake. But this is probably going to be an Aurelion Soul mid. But the point I want to make is that these kind of infinitely stacking champions have been starting to pop back up into the meta. We've been seeing some Vigar mid, actually. We've also been seeing Aurelion Soul. Senna has been making a little bit of a return as well. And so it's kind of like this idea of if you can snowball the infinitely stacking champion, your mid game is pretty comfortable, and you don't fall off in the late game because you've been stacking very well throughout the whole game. So we're going to have to see if this Aurelion Soul is able to get it going. I think a comfortable spot would be around, let's say, 300 souls within the 20-minute mark, 20-ish minute mark. If they're able to get that, they are set in stone. They are so ahead of the program.
Okay, yeah, so we are being notified that the Akshan is not correct, but we do have some of the other picks happening right now. I do believe on the blue side, we do have the Garen, Viego, Veigar,
There's the
Lucian,
Veigar.
and Nami against a Yorick, Nocturne. Aurelion Soul is correct. Caitlyn and Leona.
Okay.
It's a classic bot lane for the red side for Lucius Q, while the Lucian Nami special for the opposition for the left side.
Yeah, and Lucian Nami has been nerfed a few times. They took out the electrocute interaction with Nami. They made it so Lucian's a little bit more requiring an enchantress or anything like that, but still a very lethal composition. Lucian Nami, of course, with that airy, bounce the ebb and flow, press the attack on Lucian. That level 2 is something that you have to look out for. But, I mean, in terms of what we were talking about, both mid laners infinitely stacking, nailed it with the
You're not wrong.
The Vigar Ace-Hole. Nocturne being one of those high impact junglers also got that check.
Oh,
so
somebody know Henry.
We're in for a pretty spicy game.
Revan has blown Ignite already on Ingenia because he is Garen. He will restack that HP very fast, and a nice dash coming out from the Lucian to avoid the re-engage coming out from Sinister. Oh, it is Sinister, not Sinister. It is Sinister Daddy. We got it wrong earlier.
Okay, we got it wrong earlier. Well, I read what was typed. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what? You right. All right.
Yeah. Burning the Ignite early, it does keep the Garen at bay, stuck to farm under turret. Garen's not really a good farm under turret champion. He kind of needs the wave pre-set up. A lot of summoner spells burn, very aggressive there coming out. And I believe the heal was after the Ignite was placed, so a lower value heal coming out from Anita. And now, both 80 carries at half HP or less. We're going to have to see if this Nocturne is going to make any play after this Scuttle Crab. The river is warded in their favor, so Loser's Q looking to make a play hot in pursuit. That's a double pun right there.
Yeah, hot in pursuit. And another fun fact for this Barden Bellas team, their mid laner Bailey is also going to be participating later today for the UHE Varsity team Get Bomped.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We love a multifaceted player.
Oh yeah, and I believe she is the duelist for that team actually. And they just beat an undefeated Montevallo in their collegiate bracket.
Okay. So, Aurelion Soul out of mana is gonna have to back. We are 4 minutes in. I believe this might be enough gold for Faded Ashes, or... Okay, gonna opt in for the tier stack. I kind of like this. The early Seraphs is very helpful in terms of keeping the Aurelion Soul alive. Also very good with the mana sustain. Is opting to do that instead of damage. So this is a little bit of a gentleman's agreement that Keikoa is kind of hoping to get into here with Bailey, saying, let's just stack up. We both know each other's goals here. Let's just play it nice.
You stack, I stack, we all stack.
Oh, no. Bailey with a blasting one instead. Okay, never mind.
Bailey. I see you, girl. Yeah, she just wants to fight. Respectable.
Yeah, oh my goodness. So Vigar going in aggressive here, hoping that the Doran's Ring is going to be enough sustain in terms of the mana. So 2 different identities here for both mid laners. You can see CS numbers across the board, very high for Losers Q. Already a 700 gold lead in just farm alone. 90 caliber net to pull back, hits Anita. That's going to be the Zenith Blade not connecting, but that means now no engage for this Leona. On the top side, however, a play trying to be made, but just trades. Nothing too crazy. Sinister might be looking for a little bit of a hook here. Is it going to work? Going to play around this cannon minion? Nope. Just pressuring.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming out from there. Hot back into the jungle. A little bit cold with that earlier gank on top of the top lane for Ingenium. As now, the Dragon is spawned. I do believe that is a Hextech Drake, if I'm not mistaken, by the minimap. So that'll be the first Drake of this game. So we're actually 5.5 in. Definitely the gold lead, a small gold lead in favor of the Losers Q side, who did take it to 50 minutes for this team, as they are now going on top of there.
Going in, but barrier procced a little bit late, not negating any damage. As I say that, barrier now traded here from the Lucian, trying to see if they can do anything. Going back in though, a little bit aggressive bubble. Aqua Prison not going to land, and now Lucian left to dry. Jungler in the back pocket, but not needed. First blood to the Leona.
To Sinister Daddy, and oh, Ingenium almost a solo kill on a Revan there. Just a maiden. Taking names right now though, doing some damage to him.
Yeah, and that was a lot of damage because Garen fighting in the minion wave, also in the maiden, like you said. Lots of damage taken. If not, I'm pretty sure Ingenium would have gone for that kill. Revan. Well, both of them using their ignites actually, but Revan needing to flash on top of that. So if I'm the Garen, I'm pretty happy about that, but so far, lots of skirmishes, only 1 kill thus far, and I feel like we've seen maybe 3 or 4 attempts to just kill somebody so far in this game.
Indeed, Henry, as the items are slowly coming out for both teams. A blasting one now for the Aurelion, so Keikoa is like, alright, you built one. It's my turn now. They're just gonna whack each other with wands the whole time. That's how mages fight, right? They just whack each other with wands.
Yeah, I think that's like some D&D campaign somewhere in the world.
Cool Scoots, take note, we're doing that. As Ingenium does find Black Flash user here, does get the Scuttle Crab in the top side, and yeah, next Drake should be a Mountain Drake as well. First Drake going to Lucius Q, of course.
Yeah, and I believe that's both Scuttle Crabs now. As hold on, Paranoia coming in from the top side. Flash from Ingenium just up in time. Viego spotted in the mist. Going to see if they can do anything about it. Just a little bit of damage onto the Nocturne. In the meanwhile, another engage coming out. Is it going to be close?
Support!
Able to finally close it out. Both 80 carries now dead. And now Anita, I don't think he's able to walk back in time. Has that heal coming up. Is actually going to be enough. Okay.
Yeah, supportal combat, baby. You love to see that. You love to see when... Though, if you are the 80 carries, like, man, where's my kills? And it's going to be a, I believe... and you look, we mentioned lethality last game, and as a pause is being put into effect for this game. We'll figure out what is happening momentarily, of course.
Yeah, a lot of fights back and forth so far, but to be honest, as what as we've seen, I feel like the Lucian Nami are taking fights that they are not necessarily winning, and they're just going in for the engage. I'm not sure what the plan necessarily is. I mean, they did just kill the Caitlyn, but now the Lucian is down 2 kills. The Leona is up 2 kills. I did want to point that out. I do main ADC. I'm devastated by the fact that the supports in total have 3 kills.
Let's go!
The ADCs in total have 3 deaths. I'm a little peeved.
I think you can tell what I play.
Yeah.
Slay the Spire 2.
Oh. Campaign? Right now?
Yeah, right now. Bet. But anyway, back to this game. Supports on the board for both sides. And I do believe earlier when Jaden did get ulted by the Nocturne. There was going to be a flash out for them. So another Summoner Spell blow in that top side of the map. I do want to see when these junglers start making more plays towards the bot side. This is where the most action has been, of course, if we keep on mentioning. Mid lane we'll get back to it once they're like 100 stacks each at this point.
Yeah, that should take about 10 minutes. I never thought we'd say the mid lane would be the lane with the least action, but here we are. It's 2 stacking champions. Unless there is some divine intervention happening, I don't think there's going to be much action going on over there. I do agree with your point that bot lane is probably going to be the place of contention here. We saw in that first engage where the illusion fell, they were able to translate that immediately into first dragon. And because that play was so early, like what happened in that first game that we saw, there was no grubs to answer for it. So it was a free dragon now in the pocket. And, you know, honestly, if I'm the side of Caitlyn and Aurelion Sol, I'm pretty happy to get any neutral objective that I want to begin with. And so having that first dragon now secured, they can now look forward and realize that if we want more dragons, we already know what to do. We can just kind of continue to shut down this Lucianami, which, like we said, very strong in the early to mid game. If they're able to just completely say, nah, we're not giving you a lead, we're just going to keep hammering in on you, that bot lane gets pretty useless, for a lack of better words. It sucks to say, but
this is why in the higher level of competition, we do see instead of the Lucian pair Nami, it's more of the Corki pair Nami now, especially the Gatling guns doing so much more damage, and you do have a better escape mechanism as well with the Valkyrie.
Absolutely. We got a little update. The Nocturne crashed.
Oh!
He paranoiaed his computer. So while we get that back up and running, we have this pause in play to make sure that nothing crazy happens in the meantime. Of course, preserving that competitive integrity. I believe players are allowed to communicate with each other as this happens. Maybe a great opportunity to talk about the game state, how things are going, how we're going to leave the mid lane alone for 10 more minutes, you know.
Okay, let's take a bet right now. How you know Twitch out as well, you're in part of this bet. How many stacks will Veigar have at the end of this game?
Start a Kaushi. Start a Kaushi right now.
All right, as now back into this one, we are looking at the top side. Black Flash user back. Now it's jungle combat. Jungle's making action. Genium though does have ultimate available soon, but Hot might be in trouble.
Yeah. Hot's gonna have to ult here. Oh my god.
Basil.
Oh, okay.
A dragon.
That's stacks, baby.
Stacks. As now,
okay,
Chaos
with
is in
a
trouble
here. Oh, that's going to be the Yordle Snap Trap landing. The CC chain is good. I believe the Ignite's going to finalize that kill. Sinister with a third one in the pocket. Ace in the hole for Aizen to close it out there. Finally, an 80 carry has a kill. It's 9 minutes in.
We did it, chat. 80 carries on the board. It just took 3 kills for Leona.
And while that is happening, the top half of the map also winning out for Losers Q, able to secure 3 grubs. So now Hextech Dragon, triple grubs for the Caitlyn Leona lane. Ew. So much pressure coming out from that side. Kikoa not able to kill that minion wave with the E. Actually very unfortunate. That I know how that feels. It sucks. If they're listening in, you want to aim for the casters early.
But by casters, we mean the minions, not us.
Yeah, not us.
Please don't aim for us. Do not dox us. Anyway, Rylai's a little too much. We yap a little too much. Anyway, Rylai's completed for this Aurelion Sol. First big item completed in this game.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And that gives you free reign to kind of just like splash your E in. If you're able to get that E ult combo, that's so much utility right there. Paranoia coming out. We're going to have to see if this Nocturne's able to do anything. Jumps onto the Nami, actually.
That's smart.
Thinking that they can secure the Lucian on the front end. And now, no healing left. It's going to be kills going into the carry's pockets on the side of Losers Q. While that is happening, you can see it right there. The Rylai is providing such value for this Aurelion Sol, making sure that the stacks come easier, making it harder to leave that that E. And so Kikoa able to stack up a little bit, and it just looks like wins across the board so far. It's a 4K gold lead at 11 minutes in. You can just see it in the item breakpoints. Both mid laners, yes, they have their first item, but Nocturne, that Hex contraption is completed. That is more ultimates, more ultimate haste. And that's a lot more paranoia coming in to a theater near you.
Looking like Gen G versus G2 right now, and we know which is which.
Some of them may not.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
No.
a little too soon for that one because that was like
How
what
many
2
people
a.m.
still
our time.
watch Pro League?
Considering it was at 2 a.m. our time as well, Henry, or 3 a.m.
Yeah.
our time.
You were
Oh.
conked out.
I was conked out. I fell asleep like 9 p.m. last night. Anyway, to this one, Bailey still stacking as well. 81 stacks, 82 now, sorry, for this Veigar. As empowered smites coming across the board for these junglers. Black
Could we
Flash.
get a stats check for the Aurelian Soul
Whenever we have the chance.
right now? Yeah, whenever possible.
Would be intrigued.
Um,
Oh, there it is.
94.
All right.
Okay.
94 is definitely bigger than 80 something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Aurelian Soul should be stacking more than Veigar. In any case, it's just easier to stack. As we
Oh
say
no,
that,
Ingenium.
Revan's now. Yeah, Ingenium's really low. He's just gonna die to the Ignite. And now it's just Bonk City coming out here. Heartbreaker's not even gonna matter. Double kill for the Yorick. And that's a gank gone terribly wrong here.
Terribly wrong. Perfect execution for that one. Do keep an eye on there though. Dragon being taken. There's the ultimate. Nami's in danger, but it's going for, yeah, just for the fish. It's Filet-O-Fish time, baby.
Yep. That's gonna be the bubble. Little bit of a knockup, but it's not gonna matter. The Peacemaker did so much damage there. This is a collector Caitlyn. Ace in the hole. Flashed away from dash all you want. It's not gonna work. And this lane is being propelled so far ahead. Like we said, triple grubs to top it off. That might be first turret here.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, first turret's already done. It's the top side.
It's Yorick.
It's Yorick.
With Maiden. That guy is definitely not Maidenless going into this game. But right now, looks like for Barden Bellas, they're currently Dragonless and, like you mentioned, Towerless. Second tower falling for them. Losers Q doing a good job. As Ingenium fighting the Maiden. Let's go, Ingenium. Oh.
Hey!
Hey! Plus 50 gold.
Hey!
All right, now you can buy a pot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gonna need it. That Ignite has been lethal in this top lane thus far. In favor of Revan, so...
Oh, yeah. And now with the
Yeah.
Triforce in the pocket, along with the plated steel caps, whoo-wee! That's going to be one scary York to fight across, as that was like a fifth to a quarter of the HP down for Anita already. Oh.
I don't think that was a critted headshot either. I think that was a normal, just headshot damage.
Yeah, I think so. Boom, headshot.
Yeah. And plated steel caps, honestly, great choice here for the York, because the Viego... also mainly physical damage, and so now that lane is essentially ungankable. That Garen has to be left alone to dry. They're gonna try something here with Kekoa, as a matter of fact, but the fear going the wrong way, and Ingenium's able to just run it off. Here's going to be the Tidal Wave, seeing if they can do anything. Solar Flare also dodged away from, so a trade of support ults, but Nami now a lot lower than they would like to be. Hot potentially coming in. Just kidding. It's a Yorick. Ran away so fast right there.
You know what? Hot, very valid. Revan currently probably one of the strongest members in this game right now, as... Oh, if that was a crit there, that might have been an Dead Anita.
Yeah, that was 2 auto attacks. That's nice.
Yeah, that's very balanced. Very good. As now Herald being started up by Team Losers Q. Revan just doing Revan things, and that bot side. Hot cannot do much, but a nice cage though, but I don't think that's enough. Ultimate
Decent damage.
Yeah, ultimate not available yet though for Black Flash user here. If that was up, that could have been a dead Bailey there.
Oh, they're trying. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say they're kind of playing around with the Rift Herald's aggro there. But meanwhile, Yorick just has free reign over a side lane, doesn't really have to join in or do anything. Okay, they're now pincering in. Rylai's onto 2. That's a huge ultimate coming out from the Aurelian Soul. Is it going to matter? Veigar able to trade 1-for-1 thus far. Anita super low, but Solar Flare coming out, securing the carry. Lucian dead to rights, and then the Zenith Blade to ride to Bailey, who has to now just walk it off. Yordle Snap Trap not going to connect because of the buffer.
One more Bailey.
Sinister trying to CC long enough. Do we have a Q coming out? The answer is going to be yes. Ult from the Veigar? No.
No,
And
ultimate was used on...
Ace in the hole!
My god. This Caitlyn is 8 1, and 4. Repeat that with me, Henry. 8, 1, and 4. And they haven't bought anything in a long time either. Once they reset, we see what happens, but look at the gank on top of Revan.
Yeah, hot coming
Demacia.
in. And, oh! You know?
Demacia.
Yeah, that... You kind of sometimes forget that Viego has an execute, Garen has an execute, and
They're just getting executed, but look at the gold lead right now across the board. 1.5 on the board, or a little over 1.5 for this Garen. But the big situation, look at that bot lane.
yeah,
83 to like
I think that's
5k.
an IE. Yep, there it is.
That
There's the IE, and
Yeah.
not to add insult to injury, but that Cole is not cashed out yet either.
Dala Dala about to cash out right now with this one.
There it is. Yeah, 350 more gold is the lead. That is officially a full marksman item ahead, and that's dangerous.
Very
I think
dangerous.
the next item here is gonna.
Oh,
go
but in,
RFC. Hold on.
Jedium's in
Garen.
danger. And he's
Okay.
dead.
How is that one there?
Probably trying to get vision in that tri-brush, but oh, okay, we're just going to top lane instead,
Oh
instead
my
of looking at
God.
Dragon here, as now it looks like Bailey's there, looking to see what they'll do.
Does
Darkness
Hot
is
even
getting
jump
popped.
in? Oh, they see him! They're gonna just engage on the Viego, and now there's no smite contest whatsoever.
Oh, that would have been so cool if he
Culling-
stole that.
Culling used as a bit of an attempt to kind of stop that, but so far not looking too good. And now they're pushing Pedal to the metal, seeing if they can get anything more from it. Ebb and Flow going to connect, just a little bit more healing. And they're just gonna call it there because they know they have to stem the bleeding. Revan has just been in the side lane hammering away. Peacemaker almost connecting on that Nami. If it did, that Nami is sashimi right there.
Revan is
Another tower falling on that bot side, and it's just getting worse and worse here for Barden Bellas.
Yeah, Barden Bellas having to do some work. The little ghoulings going in on top of him. Thankfully not trapped. Mid lane turret does fall to the Luger's Q80 carry. As Aizen, all according to Kikaku, looking to see what more they can do with this game, with their items. Like you mentioned, the calls was finally complete. Let's see what they back and get here.
I'm expecting Zeal. Just the crit, okay.
Alright, just a crit.
Not the Zeal yet. Not the Zeal yet.
Feels crit, man. There's the Maiden, though.
Yeah, and I believe the Maiden you can still just program and leave it in a side lane if you really want to. Both mid laners are kind of just having their continued gentleman's agreement in that top lane. Actually, no, Vigar's heading mid now. You definitely want to play around this Vigar.
Oh
if
no,
you
look
are
at
the
Viego,
Barden
look at Viego.
Bellas.
Getting caught out.
Oh. Oh, this doesn't kill, right?
Oh,
Okay.
if that Zenith Blade connected, though, that could have been disastrous if the jungler
Yeah.
fell, though. 20 seconds left for this, but oh, here comes Black Flash user.
Yeah, and that support is absolutely dead. Falling Star doesn't even need to hit on anybody, just to zone the rest of the team away. And Aizen is just collecting names right now, and with the support now just falling, it's just the support, but they feel comfortable enough to start the Baron on spawn.
9, 1, and 5. 2.5 items for this Caitlyn. One of the strongest, along, with the York being bot lane, they either have to fight this Baron or defend against York. Instead, they are going for this Baron. Hot cannot do much but just watch. Bailey looking to go in. They will find Leona, but not enough.
And now, 3 grubs. Yorick just in the side lane with Baron buff. No maiden quite yet, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. This... They don't really have to do anything. Just let the Baron empowered minions do the work as they're jumping the Lucian. Oh, it's so tragic.
Tragedy ensues for the Lucian. Further and further down they go. Baron pushed down mid, looking for more and more. Here they go. Oh, but bot lane.
Okay, wait. Hot trying to go
Oh!
in, still pumping in the damage. That
That
was
was a
one Q.
Oh, but
Okay,
looking
hold on.
for
They're now
more.
flashing on. They've got the double executes.
Look
Actually,
at
Heartbreaker
mid
was
lane as
already
well.
used. Oh, it's not going to be enough.
Oh,
Yes.
Ingenium! Oh, no. He had backup with goals. It doesn't count. I'm kidding. Anyway, but mid lane, though,
he
the
brought his
Nami.
entourage.
Nami getting that one, unfortunately.
Oh, they rooted the Vigar. Okay, it's just, yeah, that's it. And now Lucian's going to get walked down. Caitlyn's flashing forward. That might be game. They have staggered death timers. They have 2 inhibitors here. Viego Nami are going to come up. I don't think they can defend. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, with the Maiden, with the ghouls, with Baron empowered Henry, this could be it. 2 versus 5. The final fight for Barden Bellas. The curtains call, they will fall as 2 more go down. TSM is there, but right now all I see is the losers queue. They are the winners and moving towards the next round, Henry.
And Barden Bellas, that is unfortunately for them the end of their run here at the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. But we appreciate their company. We appreciate the show that they've put on for us. And yeah, I mean, it's all about gaining that experience. And I think, honestly, you could walk away with this, saying that you've learned quite a bit about how, the tournament goes and how the play styles should be.
Yeah, definitely so. And we do have some notes from the other games as well, Henry. We do have some stuff already happening. I do believe Pokkake did beat out Block Boys United in the other lower round bracket.
Wow. So right there now, 2 teams taking their leave. Very sad, obviously, but as tournaments go, that's kind of how it is. And that does mean, I believe, we are going to see Pokkake again.
Yeah, Pokkake versus the loser of, I believe that is Expedition, or sorry, is that Expedition or teams from what else?
Expedition.
Yeah, Expedition and
Team Solo Kitten.
Yeah, Team Solo Kitten. Oh, so it's a battle of 2 teams that we know quite well, Henry.
Yes, they've made many returns under different names each time. I don't know who is there. I hope there's just somebody in the lab just cooking up their names or of what it's going to be the next time. But yes, I believe both of these teams won their first match, and so we will be getting another elimination match on our hands once we find out who the loser of that is, because now both teams again will be at 1 win and 1 loss, and we're gonna have to see who exactly is gonna come out on top, because the winner of that match, again, the winner of Expedition 808 and Team Solo Kitten, they are done for the day. They will be back tomorrow in the best of 3 fearlists.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. And winner of that winners finals will get a ticket to play live at Kawaii Kon 2026. They'll be the main event for the esports side on Sunday morning. And we'll be there too, right, Henry? We'll be at Kawaii Kon.
Come say hi.
Yeah, come say hi. Come yap with us. We'll have a lot of other, hopefully, some cool things happen we won't reveal just yet, but you guys will find out soon. Do not worry. But of course, not just today, but also for the Kawaii Kon stuff, it is powered by Working Gamers. If you've ever blamed work, school, or life in general for why you're not gaming like you used to, yeah, this is for you. A little bit for me as well, but mostly for you guys. Working Gamers is a competitive gaming league built for the adults, not random matchmaking, not hoping your friends are online, and not getting thrown into lobbies with people who have seen sunlight in 3 days. Well, neither of us, because the weather, that's a different story. We're talking real teams, real schedules, and real seasons. You know when you play, who you play with, and what you're playing for. It's structured competition that actually fits your life and a community of people just like you, trying to stay in the game without dropping everything else. So if you've been looking for a way to get back into gaming without the chaos, well, Working Gamers is where you can go after you clock out to lock in. Scan the QR code to join the Discord and follow Working Gamers socials to keep up with them. And also just contact the Gouda. He's in EMP Discord as well. And he'd love to see this competition, Henry. I want to see more competition for all these different esports titles.
Absolutely so. I just want to watch more League, man. Everybody just wants to play Overwatch right now. I just want to watch more League of Legends.
Hey man, I hate that cat in Overwatch, but we don't have to get into that. That's a whole different story.
That's not today or tomorrow, so God bless. But we are prepping for an interview for you guys. We're gonna have to see how that goes.
We are getting Jay Don't.
Anybody I was gonna ask you anybody in particular that you wanted, but
I'm trying to figure out because that's a Discord name. I don't know who he was in game though. I'm trying to figure that out right now. Actually, let's see. Who do you think he is?
Jay Don't. I'm not sure. I know we have it.
Okay, I got it. I want you to guess. Which role is it?
I'm gonna go with jungle.
You are correct. It is Black Flash user. He is going to be. Also, ended the game of 5, 1, and 6. But of course, a lot of that comes from that bot lane as well. Aizen and Sinister Daddy.
Oh yeah,
such a scary bot lane, bro.
They snowballed what was a very aggressive Lucianami lane very, very well in their favor, and to be honest, kind of just came along for the ride, picked up a couple kills, got that text flash contraption so fast, and then kind of just paranoia all over the rift.
Yeah, I mean,
what can I say?
There was definitely paranoia for the Barden Bellas. Unfortunately for them, it did not end the way they wanted to, how they wanted to see it. But still, props to them for showing up today and for competing with this 8-man bracket. Of course, they mentioned it is their first time here, so props to them for showing up and experiencing new things along with us.
Absolutely so. We appreciated their company. Obviously, a fuller bracket is always a more lively bracket. Gives more competition, more games to watch, more games to play, more people to network with and potentially make friends. And that's what part of this is all about.
Yeah, about community, about building it up, about improving yourself. I mean, hey, back then I was a lowly bronze silver support. What rank am I again, Henry? Plat, emerald?
Unranked. Oh, silver 2 TFT.
Ace, silver 2 TFT. As we do have the interview, Jay Don't will be dragging him in right now, potentially soon. Or sorry, Black Flag the Nocturne, if you will. He was making everyone paranoid in that game, and right now he might be making us paranoid in this one as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Jaden?
I am doing great. How about you guys?
Pretty good. A phenomenal performance. I do want a quick question for you, though. Your bot lane was on something. What were the comms like when they started popping off one by one? And especially, what was Aizen's comms when he saw that his support had 3 kills?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I think I remember exactly saying, like, from our bot laner, Sinister Dash, she kept saying, how do I have 3 kills? But they're really good friends, so they're just laughing at it. And it's really unfortunate we're on Leona, but, you know what I mean? She gets to buy her proto belt or prototype way faster, so.
That's true. We also saw that you were heavily prioritizing a lot of the neutral objectives. Obviously, Grub's super helpful for stuff like your Yorick and your Caitlyn. Was that the game plan heading into the draft? Like, did you draft that and then imagine yourself, okay, that's gonna be what we're doing?
I mean, for draft-wise, I mean, it's always you want to play around dragons, especially how jungle full clears is this patch. But if you are able to grab grubs, especially with the having Yorick and Caitlyn, I think it's just like we managed to make it happen in that game.
So yeah.
Yeah, definitely so. And not just that, the other games have ended as well. So we already have your next opponent, and you'll be going against InsideTech. We saw them previously. They just went against the top 1 seed League United. So if there's any words you want to say to your future competition that you'll be having shortly?
Let's play some good League of Legends. I hope it's a 50-minute banger. I mean, we had a 50-minute banger the first game, so let's just hope we play good.
I want to ask about that. What was going on in that game that went 50 minutes?
So we got a lot of dragons, and it's just one call we made to decide to go for N until Soul, which extended the game longer. And it was just like a lot of miscommunication on our part, and just like the macro wise, like it's hard to play into that game, and we just kind of
Oh,
like
yeah.
got stuffed out.
Okay. One last question for you, since we did it for our other person. Favorite Pokemon?
Favorite Pokemon?
We won't judge you too much.
Damn.
Yeah, the world will just know.
Okay, fine. Make it a little easier since I see your poster. What's your favorite Straw Hat member from One Piece?
Oh, of course, it's Luffy, the king of the pirates himself.
That's too
Luffy.
basic, man.
No,
Give me the
okay.
Robins. Give me
Robin. Nah, it has to be Luffy. That's my boy. He grown up. I've grown up with him.
You know what?
Outed, so he's a big inspiration to me and all my friends around. So, yeah.
Hey, well, hopefully you end up King of the Rift. We'll let you go and prep for your next match. Good job today, and hopefully we see you tomorrow or later on tonight. Have a good one. See you around.
Guys. You too.
Yeah, and you're clear. Have a go, man. Oh, I thought we would went to us so we can go to break. Not straight. I didn't know we are going straight to break after. Tyler?
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
chime in.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
And now we are here, another elimination round, the lower round 2. I'm Professor Layton. This is Henry, and we're gonna get some cool games today, Henry, or some more cool games. Sorry.
Yeah, and now that we've kind of started thinning out the pool a little bit, we're starting to see a little bit of returns, so to speak. Pokkake will be back on the broadcast against a new team this time, a higher seeded team in Team Solo Kitten. We're going to have to see if they're able to fare, because this, again, is still lower bracket, meaning an elimination here is an elimination from the tournament. So we'll have to see how they play.
Have to see how they will play. And of course, this Kawaii Kon Open Qualifier is powered by Workin Gamers. We're building competitive gaming leagues for people who still love the game, but don't have to treat it like a full-time job. That's true. Real teams, real schedules, real competition, all designed to fit around your work, your school, and all your other real responsibilities. Events like this are just the start. If you're trying to stay competitive without the chaos, Working Gamers is where you do it. So be sure to check out their socials, or just send a DM to Daguda or Working Gamers. They're in the Twitch chat right now. Check them out. But like you mentioned, it is a 3 versus, was it 4 seed, 5 seed?
Yeah, it's 3 versus 4. Team Solokin's 3 and Pokkake is 4. So a close matchup. We saw 4 versus 5 in the first game that we played on the top of the day today, and now Pokkake find themselves in the lower seed situation. They did, I believe, lose against a higher seed earlier. But now we're going to have to see if they're able to overcome that mountain of higher seeds beating them, because if not, this would be the end of their tournament run here. And I believe round 2, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the last round for today?
We have one more round following this, right? Henry.
Okay.
It is going to be a best of 3.
Oh, yes. The
lower semifinals. But it says TSM. That should be TSK, if I'm not mistaken. If it's Team Solo Kitten. Or
yes, Team Solo Kitten.
You know, for the music, we'll call them Team Solo Mitten now, Henry. We'll call them the Mittens. How's that sound?
Mittens, in case they play too fire.
Oh. Okay, well, we'll see if Brand gets picked. Or what are Brand? Annie, Smolder.
Well, is Aurelion Soul fire? I don't think that's fire.
No,
Rumble?
Cosmic.
Rumble's banned, though.
Yeah, but Cosmic Energy, I guess, is Aurelion Soul. Shyvana's just banned in general.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think yeah.
Well, we do have a little bit of history to share. We do know some of the players from Team Silicon. They are the other team that has appeared in Kawaii Kon tournaments past. In terms of how recently I've interacted with them, last Kawaii Kon, except for Travis, my goat.
My goat.
That's maybe next year. Pokkake, though, we've interacted with them just a little bit. You know, we had a little bit of an interview, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They
No.
and wait. No, you're right.
No, we did not have an interview, but we had a game with them recently, and we actually watched them play. So I haven't watched Team Solo Kitten play yet. All I know is they were part of that 50-minute game.
Yeah, Travis did have a 50-minute game, and we did talk about it with Black Flash user Jadon earlier, and that man wants more 50-minute games.
Yeah. And all
Why?
we know was that 50-minute game was basically a coast to coast. You know,
Nexus to Nexus. Yeah.
Yeah, Team Silicon almost lost that. Is what I was told. So, you know, with that in mind, both of these teams have kind of gone through the grueling bits of it. They're 1 win, 1 loss, so they've had a taste of the highs, they've had a taste of the lows. Now it's a matter of whether which person on their shoulder is going to win out here.
As we do see a Maokai get locked in, going against the thing that was banned against Pokkake in that game the first game we actually saw tonight, the Cho'Gath for app.
Yeah, and not sure. I don't know if these are both going to be the just top lanes of the game, and they're both super tanky. We are pretty used to seeing Maokai more in the jungle, even lesser in support. If you're
Give me
willing to
Senna
play that there.
Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not expecting to see any craziness here. Okay, there's the Nautilus. A lot of good things can pair with the Nautilus if you want to go a bit more early game. As something as aggressive as Samira might even work out here. Because Nautilus has that point and click CC. If we're trying to go a little bit more for late game, we do have more possibilities like Aphelios and things like that. But Kane coming out here, I don't think reveals too much. We do know some Kane top players. Shout out them.
We do know some pretty good Kane players. And speaking of which, the other bans that are not visible, Blue side banned out GP, as Nocturne was banned out on the red side. As Diana gets locked in. A lot of junglers being locked in by the mittens here.
Yeah. Yasuo bot lane? Yasuo Maokai? Think about it.
Okay, who else is we had Yasuo Yone bot lane.
Teemo? I love Teemo.
You're not down.
You're
not down.
I don't think that's happening. That's for sure not it.
No, that's not it.
Oh, but that's not the fire comp, man.
I know, but they have mittens. They have mittens to counter this. We went over this, Henry. The mittens.
Oh, so they're safe.
They're safe. The mittens. They're working.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Well, Smolder's a really good hyper carry.
Yes.
So not sure. They might have to opt into their own hyper carry here, but on the side of Pokkake, they could just start banning them out, you know, like get the Aphelios out of here, get potentially, if you want to play a little bit safer, get the Xayah out of there. A lot of point click CC, so I could mitigate quite a bunch of that. There is still the possibility of playing something really aggressive like a Caitlyn Morgana if you want to into the Smolder. That would stifle out a lot of the stacks.
Yes.
We're seeing jungle ban priority coming out from Team Solo Kitten. Makes sense. They don't think Cho'Gath is the jungler. They don't think Nautilus is the jungler. Makes sense to start banning those out.
The red side ban that was missed is going to be Sivir, as a heads up. And I do want to point out, I believe in that 50-minute banger, it was a Caitlyn for maybe next year, the captain of this 5-man.
Got you. And yeah, see, you're seeing the hyper carries, right? Sivir, Jinx, banned out. There's just so many though that it's hard to take into consideration, but I think they're banning out what I would consider it would be the safer ones. You know, Sivir has a spell shield. Jinx, when excited, really hard to lock down per se. The other hyper carries that come to mind don't really have a move speed mechanism or even a dash to help them out. Maybe Yunara could come in here at this time, but we'll have to see what the rest of the comp is going to be. It does look like there's a big wombo combo capability coming out from Team Solo Kitten. We're going to have to see if the ADC is also going to comply with that. It could still be that Yasuo, to be honest.
Yeah, interesting. It was the Gnar ban, so I believe they're thinking this may be a flex to either Tenka or Tuna Pie as well. So a lot of respect to the top side of the map for Pokkake so far. As now we'll see what the picks are.
There's the Caitlyn. Is it going to be Caitlyn Morgana? Caitlyn Lux? Lots of deadly combinations here. If you want to go for poke, Caitlyn Karma could also work. We're going to have to find out what that pick from Mod is. We'll
It
update
is
you on
an
that.
Aatrox.
Aatrox. That's probably their jungler then. And Shen. Shen hover right here.
that Shen?
I kind of like it. Yeah,
Support?
because now there's that extra layer. Is it Maokai or is it Shen? You don't know who you're playing against. Both are going to be magic based, and so you have that type of advantage in terms of itemizing defensively against it. But yeah, this
Interesting.
is now, and with the Pantheon coming in, I can't tell if that's Cho or Pantheon mid or Aatrox. There's kind of like a triple flex.
All right.
There
So
too.
what's happening is everyone's fighting in the jungle except for the AD carries. They're just picking shit. Everyone else is in the jungle.
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously, right, Henry? Because there is so much frontline happening in this game. Of course,
No,
Mod.
I like it.
It's gonna be a scrap.
I like it, and the flex picks really just show how smart drafting can be in your advantage,
Mhm.
right? Top support, very rare combo to have that flex pick capability. You typically see it more with jungle X something, and here Pokkake, they're doing it 3-man. You have no idea where. I mean, Cho'Gath, normally in the top lane, but you've seen some, like Proto Belt Cho'Gath mid, for example. Cho'Gath jungle has surprisingly good sustain, so we're gonna have to see where everything ends up. And Tuna Pie is gonna be put back on those AD juggernauts. First it was Xinjiao, now it's gonna be Pantheon. And Cho mid to answer the Diana. This is gonna be interesting.
I love how small the Cho'Gath is currently. He's such a cutie, but look how small he is.
He hasn't eaten yet.
Oh yeah, he's a little starving. And you know what sounds pretty good if you're starving, Henry? Zippies.
I love Zippies.
Zippies sounds pretty. What do you get when you go to Zippies, Henry?
So it depends on my day to day.
Okay.
Right now, actually, I don't know if they still have it. The Furikake miso salmon
Ooh.
is so good. I got my mom hooked on that now.
That sounds. See,
sometimes I'll do a Korean fried chicken if I'm eating in.
You have to do
Loco
Korean fried
Moco.
chicken. It's a must.
It's a must. It's so good.
I'm basic. I like Simon, but their Simon is so good.
That's a classic. That's a staple.
It is a staple. It is the Zippy's favorites, as right now a lot of damage on top of Tenka. Still level 1 currently, as we'll keep track of Mod. He'll be stacking up throughout the game.
Yep. The ideal number that you hear everybody float around is you hit that final stack checkpoint at 20 minutes. To be honest, it's a little bit difficult. I'm not going to lie. If you're even just slightly behind, that's not happening. So you want to make sure you're even at minimum if you want to hit that 225. I think, to be honest, 25 minutes maybe is sort of like that last time where you can really hit it to be comfortable. If you're hitting it after 25 minutes, it's pretty doomed. But yeah, like you said, look at that hail of blades with the Vorpal spikes.
Disgusting.
Just chunking out. That's the Cho mid right there. That's the Cho mid experience.
The Choo Choo Cho. God damn.
There's 80 carries now, both opting in for biscuits. We've actually started seeing a lot less biscuits being taken in the bottom lane. Some people have started opting in for magical footwear. Some people have been opting in for cash back to get 6% off every legendary item that you buy. And some people have also been going
Mid lane,
with
solo kill. That's a flash in.
Oh,
I guess it might have been a knock up into just using the silence into the just the E, because the E can do an unreasonable amount of damage if you stack it up on top of them. Okay. All right, Tenka.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Holy moly. Yeah. Did anyone have First Blood Cho'Gath mid on their HEOC bingo card?
No. I had what's this on my bingo? It says ace at 2 minutes.
Penta.
That's weird. No, just an ace, like skirmishing it in level 1. Who made this bingo sheet? Interesting. Anyway, top lane, there's a gank coming out on top of Slide, but nice taunt!
Yeah, good taunt. We're gonna have to see put in place
wait.
by the spikes. Is that gonna be enough? Ooh, that's 20 HP. Yeah, walk it off.
Swap it out.
Tank another minion auto if it worked, but yeah, that was a really good buffer right there of the Pantheon stun, going further into the turret to make it harder to engage. And I believe TuneUpHigh had to flash to just escape the turret there.
He did flash out as App taking 2 tower shots. Oh no.
Bad to back. I mean, it's now bad to worse. The lane state's kind of fine. If he were to just leave it here, it would actually push towards him, but but App deciding to finalize the wave, shove it in, and now Shen's gonna stay. Hold on, Tenka going in for the feast. All bountiful one at that. Senpai able to avenge a fallen brethren there, but now 2 kills for this Cho, Giant's Belt, and the arm guard here. That's a lot of HP.
That's a lot of HP already. So definitely keep a note of that one, especially with Feast being down. Looks like they're already posturing towards that dragon for the Kittens. No longer the Mittens, unfortunately. And of course, of all things, it is a Fire Drake first. We're talking about burning, and it's already the fire heating up.
Yeah, translating that Cho kill into a Drake, I think very smart. Like you said, feast us down so there's no immediate thing. Maybe next year, kind of being kited out. That's going to be the spear into the secure. And now, maybe next year might be looking to 90 caliber net their way out of there, trying to contribute to the teamfight. Smolder with the Achu isn't able to secure it. Frog Framer finally able to close out on the Maokai. 3v4, Sly knocked up. I think that's going to be it. The fight is going to dissipate. Smolder's going back to stacking. Drake secured by Pokkake.
I feel like Kittens could have re-engaged, Henry. Like, they had the Shen ultimate coming down. The Stand United was there on top of Diana. If they decided to engage, they could have gotten someone else, or let's go to some summoner spells from Mod there.
Yeah, maybe so, but they decided to kind of just call it. Very happy with where things were. And I'm not sure if... I don't think Cho was able to eat in that fight. I think just feasted on a minion for the time being. But honestly, any stacks you can get on champions is so valuable for Tenka, because you can just stack the 6 minions kind of whenever you want. But champions are unlimited amount, and you can kind of do that whenever you want. But it's so much harder to secure.
Whenever we get to objectives. I question, Henry, for the grubs, how does that work? If you do what
you can eat a grub.
And it counts as a neutral objective? Okay.
And it counts as a neutral objective.
Okay, just making sure. I actually always wondered about that for the grub thing. Okay. Good to know.
And the weird coding with the grubs is that everything, each grub counts as their individual own thing. So if you wanted to, you could actually feast all 3 grubs.
Interesting. That's interesting. They're going in on a re-engage, but here's TuneUpHigh. Definitely want to feed his mid laner, as the feast is not ready just yet, though.
And yeah, that's a nice clean gank. Just mid laners and junglers, but in the end of the day, able to finalize that there. And so far, a growing lead for Pokkake.
Yeah, growing lead for Pokkake indeed. So we'll see what happens here, though. Level 6 appearing for these ones, so we'll see how it plays out. Now looking at... Can we get a quick stack check for Mod?
I'm guessing 50.
50? Okay.
That's my guess. That's my guess. I think it's a comfortable amount. Oh, okay, 40 something. I was pretty close.
Okay, for some reason, I saw the other item passive. I saw 66. I'm like, heh, what the hell?
Okay, yeah, Warhammer, I think honestly, a very good choice. You want that ability haste as soon as possible. You kind of have innate mana regen, and the Q is really cheap, so you don't really have to worry about that too much. Only on your first instance before you're back, I would say, because your mana regen can't keep up, but as you level up, it's pretty comfortable, so you don't have to worry about that too much. Grubs are actually going to be taken now 3 for 0 in favor of Tuna Pie. And so now, if they can get that push out, it'd be great. But I think it's more of a denial here for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, denial indeed for that one. And now with the items in hand, I do want to see when this Cho'Gath finally does back, just how much health they're gonna have after. Because oh my god, that's gonna be such a fun thing to see.
Absolutely. And now... kind of a little bit of a lull state, like you kind of want to point out here. Everybody getting their first major back.
There it is.
Heartsteel. Wow.
Wait, that's so smart. With how much frontline there is this game, you can proc it so much, Henry.
Yeah, and to be honest, people don't really think about this, but the Hail of Blades triple proc Heartsteel into Feast is so fast. Sometimes you kind of catch yourself off guard with the amount of damage you put out there. But yeah, ultimates coming online across the board, supports and AD carries alike. So we might start seeing some supports try to roam, seeing if they can get anything. Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds time. And it looks like Pokkake have that inside shove. Maybe next year, they are aware of it. Them and username trying to equalize the wave to the best of their ability. And to be honest, I don't think I've been seeing too much first strike being procced by the Caitlyn thus far.
Yeah, I concur with that one. Senpai is here to assist their mid laner with a small push while the dragon is spawning up. But here comes Pantheon.
Oh, I think the feast was mistimed from the Shen ultimates. Senpai's gonna live throughout all of this here, and here's the Aatrox with the world, and their Q1's gonna hit. The chains latch on, it's gonna force 2 flashes. Senabuddy jumping back in is gonna cost their life there. Pokkake able to secure 1 in trade for their Tuna Pie jungler, but that means they can't start this dragon quite yet.
Not just yet. And god, what a skirmish that was. It was looking a little dire, but once the ultimate came in from Slap the Sand United, it looks so much better there. And now I want to see once these bot laners start fighting as well, especially with the ultimates they do have available for both the Maokai and the Nautilus, and how the 280 carries play it out. Like you mentioned, Dragon is up. Cinnabuddy on top of Tenka though, trying to get as much damage as possible. But you are not tanky at all compared to this Cho.
Woo! That's going to be the knockup landing. Are they able to CC it with anything else? No, but just the final little bit of damage coming out from the Cho. Feast not needed, and we were kind of talking about it. Even with Feast not up, just chunking your opponent with a Heartsteel stack, and that's a 30-second cooldown. So you can rinse and repeat that as much as you want.
He was just waiting for the dragon.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah, they might just feast it. It's not even... No one's in the vicinity, so this will just be an uncontested... Are they going to smite it? No, just to secure from 1,200 for Tenka. And that, I believe, is the 3rd stack. Pretty early for 3 stacks.
Yeah, pretty early indeed. I do want to see what the gold lead right now is in mid lane. It's 40 CS up, along with 3 kills. So I'm really curious to see how does it play out already for this Cho'Gath, for the money differential.
Yeah, and even if we look at the money differential, that's not the full picture, because Cho now has... Oh, hold on. That's going to be a gank coming out from Senpai. I don't think the Shen ult was even needed. It was just a very straightforward kind of gank.
Taunt, press W, negates damage. We've all been there against Shens. We've all get infuriated by all the damage negation coming out from that one. Tuna Pie though, let's see what they do. They get spotted out by the vision. Maokai is there with the little kitten. Oh, makes sense. Team solo kittens with the solo kitten skin. Yeah.
I was gonna say Mons is half HP. That was a net into headshot, both with first strike, and so that's a collective completed. You do have to worry a little bit about this Caitlyn up 2 waves in creep score here. Has that completed item compared to the Smolder, who is still rounding out the Essence Reaver. So a little bit behind, but stacking relatively well, I would say, with a bit of difficulty here, but still able to trickle in those stacks. I would say a little low relative to the fact that Maokai is a melee support. Maybe a little bit more Achus, but worried about, you know, just the connection from the Maokai, just tethering on, and then that's kind of over, you know? Smolder's hopes and dreams are dead after that.
07 in chat for the Smolder for that one. As right now, TunaPie looking towards that top side of the map just yet. Nothing just yet for App. Now they're gonna posture down to get some vision is what it looks like. Trying to see where the enemy jungler is. Senpai hovering around Cinnabunny, but Frog Framer is there along with username. So very TunaPie is just blatantly in the jungle. Username's there.
Oh, found out.
But it's only a support there. No backup just yet. Smite is gonna be taking it out. And is he gonna get out?
Yeah, this is starting to turn really bad for Pokkake, who are kind of surrounded here. They have to take the disengage cone out. Aatrox kind of trailing behind Sly, trying to see if they can catch up with the Shadow Assault. Or the dash, I should say.
Username got out, but then tried to flash back in so Sly could do something with the Shen, but instead it's a re-engage.
Yeah, Frogframer just taking 100 to 0 right there. That's going to be the Moonfall, but is it going to be enough? That's a lot of bodies just piling on. And Cho with the double. 5, 1, and 3. Now, like you said, those Heartsteel stacks are pumping in. And that's going to be a free Rift Herald.
Free Herald, free stacks for the stack team right now. Looking at Smolder, 100 stacks enabled for the D-Dragon there. Cho'Gath still feasting, no famine for them as TunaPie wants another net neutral in their pocket here. Looking at that, even with the vision there, it's like, I don't care, you guys have it. No smite needed either.
I'm not even smiting it, yep.
Yeah, that would been so funny if somehow, like a little like Maokai sapling stole it. That would have been tragic.
And that's now every neutral objective in the first 16 minutes secured by Pokkake. First 2 dragons, 3 grubs, Rift Herald, and they've got a bit of a gold lead now. I have to imagine most of it is like we were talking about in that Cho'Gath's wallet right now, but not too big of a difference. Only the Haunting guys, I would say, maybe about 2k of it for this tank, but tanks being ahead early just means that the bot lane has, or the back line has so much peel, which is exactly what Smolder needs. I'm kind of interested what the Tunneler is going to build into here for Mod.
I've also been waiting for that as well to see what they did. A lot of pings coming out on that bot side. TP coming in from App, I believe. And this may try to do something here. Interesting.
Great. That TP shield is completely dissipated on the side of App. Umbo Trespass coming in from Senpai, trying to just see what they can do. This is going to be a more utility-oriented Kayn. This is the red Kayn form, not the Shadow Assassin, so knockups available. You are going to get some vision with this ace in the hole. I'm not sure if Senpai even want to risk it, but if you don't, that is Cloud Soul points, and App going to go over to prevent the Kayn from entering. That's going to be a secure onto TunaPie as Feast was not available. And now, Movement Soul for this team that is already kind of running at you is nuts.
9 stacks for this Cho'Gath, Henry. 4.6k health. Henry, look at the items.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, indeed. TP coming up. Cinnabunny going in on top of one.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Bodley.
Flashed away from both sides. Nothing much going to happen.
Flash
Bobby
from
having a
Mod as
fight.
well.
Smolder ignited. Trade of summoner spells here. Flash for ignite. To be honest, I'd be pretty happy for that if I'm Team Solo Kitten. I have the flash off of the Smolder. Now it's a matter of if we can jump onto it. Tenka going to be taking out, can you believe it or not, the first turret of the game 18 minutes in.
That was the first turret?
Oh my lord. If that is not an indicator of how Team Solo Kitten brought that other game to 50, I don't know what it is. They're trying to see if they can take this Cho'Gath out, but like you said, a brick wall of HP. This is pre-Warmogs, by the way. Like, if Tenka chooses to build Warmog... Oh, wait, hold on. That's a...
Tuna Pie was... The stun didn't even register before he got eaten from
that
Tuna
was a
Pie.
solo bolo.
Tuna Pie W'd, but it did... Excuse me?
That is 11 stacks on Cho.
185 heart steal already. Shen only has 43, by the way. Oh, he's recalling on his body. Oh, okay. Okay, Tenka. Okay.
That
feels bad, Matt.
Okay, no, but if you're the opponent, you wouldn't know that because there's no vision there.
Oh, true. Yeah, but optimal recall spot though. Optimal recall.
Yeah. Smolder just hit the stack threshold that allows the stacks to now bounce back to that extra bit.
So he bouncy now. Nice.
It's pretty low. I'm not gonna lie. It's about to be 20 minutes and they just hit that one. So still gonna be stacking for a while. We're gonna have to see where those stacks kind of lined up. Luckily, very comfortable in terms of the rest of the team right now. So not too worried about running out of time to stack. More so, it's just gonna take longer.
Take longer, and that E does so much damage on Sly already from the Cho'Gath. There's so much health and proximity though. Oh, he might be getting eaten here.
Oh my god. And he's tanking a tower shot. And a tower shot.
He might get another kill. Wait,
that's a heartsteel stack. That was crazy. Oh, that was half his health.
Run, username, run. It's not worth it.
Arg's going in. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, the Smolder doesn't even have to worry. That Cho tanked like 5 perfects. And he's still half. Oh, and now they can start this Baron pretty much on spawn. And Senpai's down, Sly is down, so they can't even dive bomb it with the Shen ult.
Question is though,
I think, wait, Beast might come up.
Yeah, I want to say, Beast's gonna come up for this, Henry, and that's might be a 13. And right now, the 13 reasons why Kittens aren't happy is this Cho'Gath, as they're gonna try to contest it though.
Yep, Nature's Grasp coming in, seeing how much they can brew. 3K is here. Here's Mom being called up. Moonfall going to hit onto the two front people, secured by the Pantheon with the smite, but now the fight ensues. The rest of the team now joining up, but the Shen already used, already broken through. And they were able to take down one Baron, but it's just the Nautilus in trade for 3. They were just throwing bodies at the problem, but it wasn't enough.
And right now, the bodies are hitting the floor, hitting the ground where the Baron once stood. As 40 seconds left until Soul Point. The first Soul Point we will see tonight. And if you are Pokkake, if you are Tenka, this is what you want to see. Maybe next year, the captain 1-0-1. What can he do? It's him versus the world as slowly the lanes, the turrets are following slowly one by one. Oh, 10 seconds remain, Henry.
And I still don't know what they're gonna do about this Cho. Just finished the Proto Belt there, so even more engage capabilities. And you honestly, it's hard to imagine a Cho'Gath being the engage option, but that's exactly where we're at. 6,000 health, and that, by the way, he's about to ding 16. You can see it right there. The ultimate point alone from the stacks he has accumulated just gave him an extra 500 HP. They're actually going to try to take down this tank in exchange for the Cloud Soul here. Moonfall coming in to pull the Cho back a little bit. Are they able to get anything done? There's going to be no trade back here for sure. Maybe next year had to have the Locket procs just in case.
Dude, next year, his life flashed before his eyes there. Like, you saw a giant kaiju sprinting at you with Proto Belt 2.
But I believe that kill did go to the Caitlyn, which means
It
that
did.
is a big shutdown.
Dollar,
now
dollar.
look at that. Last Whisper and the Cloak built now.
Oh,
I
but
mean, if
Ultimate's
you're
coming
the
out.
side of Team Solo Kitten, do you even build a Bork? You're going to have to hold that question as
Mom!
Nature's Grasp comes in. Mom shoots so many people down, as right now, it's isolated. It's a front to back. Shen's
three-man!
still alive. Many-man ultimate, but it's not going to matter. The Smolder Sneeze takes down the Caitlyn in the back. Mod's living by the skin of his teeth, but that's all that she wrote. Are they going to be able to end it? It's 30 seconds death time. It's Baron still up.
I don't know. Potentially, username will spawn in 10. Is the Maokai enough to secure their place in this tournament? This is their last chance at hope, their last chance at greatness. And it might not be enough. They could get 2 inhibitors, but I do believe they should hold on for now. This is not their first rodeo in this, like you mentioned, coast to coast for this Kitten's roster.
They were backs against the wall in a 50-minute banger. We were talking about how the first turret fell at 18 minutes, and look at the damage since. 1 Baron, 1 Cloud Soul, 7 turrets since. More than 1 per minute as they're trying to do a repeat play onto Tenka. Seeing if they can get it done. Knockup does stall a bunch of time. Frog Framer's also going to be here. Dredgeline going to hit. Stalls enough time. Cinnabunny's already eaten. Chewed up and spitting out. As Cho just walks away healthy, half health and more.
God, that's 7K total. Jesus, as Mom's coming out on top of maybe next year. And right now, it may be next game as he falls Henry.
Caitlyn not having the protection needed to kite out fights like this. I mean, it's so hard. The waves are pushing in, but you still want to get that farm and not lose it to the minions. But decisions like that will put you in a death timer. Potentially, the game might end in the midst of maybe next year's death timer here, as the final inhibitor is going to fall. Super Minions not going to be crashing until a minute later, if the game even lasts that long. Chains lashing onto the Shen, but the hook landing onto the Maokai. That's another feast.
The feast.
11 kills for this Cho'Gath as they look to end it here. Caitlyn respawn, seeing what they can do, Sly buying so much space in that top side here. Ultimates wearing out, the economy not looking too good, but their wallets may just be enough. The taunt from Sly not going to hit on anybody. And Mods on the side looking to see if they can do anything. That's going to be the knockup from the Cho. Flash and barrier. Nothing is going to save this Caitlyn and the team. The Smolder finally stacks to 225 at the dawn of the Nexus falling. And Pokkake will continue their tournament lives here.
The day starts with Pokkake, and it looks like it'll end with Pokkake. They move up to the losers semi-finals. Oh boy, Henry. Predictions be damn, rankings be damn. Right now, Pokkake is on top. And what a game. What skirmishes happened this game. We talk about so much, but that Cho'Gath, my god.
I'm banning that. I might just fearless that game 1 to never see that thing again, because that was just, it felt like there was just no answer, you know? Like, they just kind of did everything to the best of their ability, and the Cho just stacked the first blood that caught us, even the observer, so off guard, because who was to expect, you know, just like a quick, I believe, level 3 first blood against the Diana in the mid lane as a Cho'Gath, and from there snowballed it so fast, never let go, pedal to the metal, ended that game with double-digit kills as a Cho mid.
Cho, it has been a while since I've seen a Cho mid play like that. My God. And looking at this end game scoreboard as well, Henry here. Let me show you this real fast as well. My God. What an explosive 39k damage for Tenka, by the way.
Oh my lord. Now, the question is how much of that was true?
Oh,
Because I'm willing to predict it's about a third to a half.
and, I might be wrong. That might be Tenka, actually. I could have gotten it wrong the whole time. Huh. Don't mind me, but yeah, what a phenomenal player. Jesus.
I don't know what to say. Like the fact that the Cho almost outdamaged the next two people on the team, and one of them is a smolder.
A smolder of all. Hey, it looks like the mittens weren't enough for TSK there, unfortunately.
Absolutely not. But yeah, superstar performance coming out from Tenka. Rest of the team rounded it out super well. And like you said, they get to move on to now is officially the best of threes in the tournament, where they have to now show that they can play more than one champion, because once game one is over, all 10 picks from there will be automatically banned on top of the next wave of bans. So pools are going to be trimmed, and whoever I face, whoever Pokkake is facing, I got to imagine they are a little bit worried after seeing that performance, because that felt like they had control from start to finish.
Yeah, start to finish, it was phenomenal. And man, I can't wait to see what's next, because it was Losers Q versus InsideTech, I believe, correct?
Yes.
And we've seen technically now both of them participate, so we've seen how both their play styles can be, unless it's unless they're going for a 50-minute banger again. I hope not.
Yeah, I was told they are about 25 minutes into their game, so about the same pace as us. If you've ever played Clash, it's kind of like waiting for that last team to finish before you can move on for the rest of the bracket. But yeah, we'll have to see. They might be putting on a bit of a grueling match in terms of that one. Those are like I believe, I think that's 5 and 6 seeds, so very close matchup from them too. But we'll have to see. We are hoping to get an interview with one of the players from Pokkake here for you guys as we get that set up.
Yeah, we did want to see Tenka, but unfortunately Tenka is not feeling too well. So Tenka, hopefully you do feel better, especially after that phenomenal performance you did. Oh my God.
Yeah. We will just proxy ask whoever you send just about that. That'd be really funny, actually.
Ask them what your favorite meal is as a chogath. Actually, ooh.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
I mean, it's got to be Baron, right? There's just so much to eat.
Yeah, because the things they had to eat during that game, like let's see. It feels a little chewy to do on a Maokai. That's why. Same with the Shen, or a little crunchy for Shen, right?
Yeah, they've got armor on, so not too. But yeah, while we have that set up for you guys, kind of just to round out what's been happening, it's sort of been honestly as expected. The only higher seed to have been eliminated thus far was actually the matchup that we just saw, Team Solo Kitten. Other than that, all of the lower half of the bracket has been slowly funneling out. We already do have seeds 1 and 2 secured in that winners bracket that they will be playing tomorrow. That is automatically going to be starting as a best of 3 fearless as well.
Correct.
So in terms of the seeding, I mean, seeding team.
Hey.
Whoever did the seeding, they did great, right?
Hey. Thanks, Henry. I appreciate it. It's like glaze me more, but while we wait to prep for the next match, we will be going to a short break while to see what will happen along with the interview. So don't go anywhere, guys. This has been the Hawaii Esports Open Championship presented by Workin Gamerz. We'll be right back, guys. See ya. All right. Neo will do interview. Interview prep. And go to. Yeah. You can DM them. And then you can just join them in the interview prep call to go over them as well. Nobody knows me like you do, so. Twin, where have you?
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
I love Simon. Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the break. Now we do have one of the winning team members. It is the top laner. It is Neil. How you doing, my friend? Great game, this one for you guys, and phenomenal overall. I do want to point out for your first match, phenomenal Gnar play, and now moving into the Aatrox. How is it for you to play more of that, I guess, bruiser role for your team, along with just having such a strong front line overall?
Yeah, I think compared to playing Gnar, Aatrox gives me the CC that I need to save my backliner, especially the Smolder in this game. That's like kind of our win con, but you know, in terms of draft, that's our win con. But then our Cho got really fed, so then we just played through Cho most of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little fed. Had like what, 16 kills, like almost 20 stacks at one point. Yeah.
Yeah, first blood at 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then since this is now your third game and now you get to advance, how have you felt from like the beginning of the day when you guys just started off? Was it kind of like, are you guys warmed up? How, like, what's the vibes heading into the next one?
Yeah, I think during the first game we had a lot of nerves going into the whole tournament. We were very, I'd say we were very confident in our first game draft, but as we lost that game and then went into our second and third game, we built a lot of momentum and confidence that let us ride through and win the next two matches. So I think we're on a pretty good high right now. Team morale is pretty up, even with the loss.
That's good to see. That's good to see, especially with the other match still, I believe, still happening right now, or actually it may have just ended. Let's see. It is going to be Dant and Co winning it out in their game. So it's gonna be a revenge match for you guys. It is InsideTech going against you guys in the lower semifinals, and that's gonna be a best of 3. So, like we mentioned, you started the game off against him, and now you're playing against him again. How's that feel for you guys to get revenge in this setting?
I think going into this, we're very confident that we can win out. Just hoping that we get the right matchups, take the right fights, and play the lanes very well, and then hopefully we come out on top.
Awesome. And this last series that we have in for today, it is, like we said, best of 3, but also fearless, which means any champions that were picked in previous games are going to be automatically banned. Well, have you guys been preparing a little bit for this, or what's the plan heading into it?
Most definitely, we've been preparing for this. Just all I gotta say is don't let the game play through.
Oh,
Okay.
don't let. Okay, so
A little bit of a warning.
so he's the guy. But any last minute shout outs to your team or your competition before we let you go to prepare for that best of 3?
Yeah, shout out to my team. Shout out Tylo Massage, and shout out to the megaphones. That's all. Thank you, guys.
All right, have a good one. Go prepare, and we'll see you soon.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was
Okay,
hard.
bye, people.
But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
I love Simon. Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
love Simon. Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken.
Welcome back, guys, to the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. It is our final League of Legends match of the night, and it's not just a match, it's a best of 3 fearless between two teams. It started the day with InsideTech and Pokkake. It'll end with InsideTech and Pokkake. I'm Professor Layton. That's Henry. Are you ready for this, Henry?
That's me. Yeah, I mean, what an interesting story arc we've created for ourselves, where the first match that we streamed ended up also being the last match that we streamed for the day. But now in, like you said, an expanded form, the best of 3 fearless, where everything is on the line for them, and an elimination here still means the end of the line for them. And again, just to have this come full circle, they had their wins, they had their losses, and now they're just back here.
Here again, back again. And even with the interview, Neil said that, you know, they were nervous in that game 1, in that first match against InsideTech, and as games 2 happened, game 3 happened, they slowly started heating up and getting more hotter hands, and now they want revenge in this one.
Absolutely. And InsideTech looking to keep their streak alive, hoping to make it to tomorrow's little bit of a bracket before we head into the actual live line tournament there. But we're going to head into picks and bans here. Like we said, fearless, meaning, yes, you've got your 10 bans, 5 for each side in game number 1. But once game number 2 and potentially game number 3 roll around, every champion that was previously selected will also not be available. So the first 5 picks here for both sides will be the only time we see them for the rest of the series.
Oh, Henry, I already love some of these picks already. We do, bans, sorry. We do see the Cho'Gath Gangplank, which Neil said, ban my Gangplank, please. And of course, the things we saw in that first game going against Pokkake, the Singe, the Thresh, and the Varus.
Yeah, not a big sample to work with. I mean, it's lucky for them that they happen to play each other already, so they have that inside track. But other than that, there's not much more information. I'm pretty sure they weren't able to watch each other's games while, you know, they were going through the rest of the bracket throughout the day, but they've only really got that sample of one game that they worked with, and in that one, InsideTech came out on top. So for IT over here, just whatever was already working, they just got to make sure to polish it up. And Pokkake is going to be the one that have to kind of reinvent the wheel to see what works. We're seeing some staple 80 carry picks, a similar pool from the games we've seen in the previous ones. Smolder and Caitlyn already locked in. Very either power-oriented, push-heavy lanes, or the safe and scale.
And safe indeed with the Amumu getting hover and locked in for them. So Heliotrope locking, or they could also be the very funny haha Amumu support, but I don't think we'll get there. Maybe you never know
we
nowadays.
haven't seen Amumu support since the high tempo ADCs have kind of been out of the meta, the ones that kind of like follow the Amumu with. Especially now with that Nautilus locked in. And I kind of like the Sylas here as is. Amumu already a great ult to steal. Caitlyn kind of okay, but now it makes the rest of the comp from InsideTech have to be conscientious of the fact that Sylas could take the ultimate and play it better.
Yep, with the Aatrox being locked in as well. Taking that away from Neil there, because he did a pretty good job in that top side against Sly in that last game against Team Solo Kittens. And if they do lock that in, that's pretty good for them. Instead, it will be Karma. Ooh, Caitlyn Karma. Nice.
Poke heavy. Very good at countering the Smolder. Smolder's hardest stacks are those first 25. After that, it gets easier and easier as you keep going along. So the fact that they're playing this lane aggressive, yes, there will be the Nautilus there to kind of protect them a little bit. I'm gonna have to assume that this is gonna be the Guardian Nautilus and not the Glacial that we have been seeing a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be rough. It's a very heavy poke lane from InsideTech.
Very heavy poke, and already the Aatrox being banned out towards Neil, while a Victor being banned out towards Alexios there. Alexios, of course, likes Psyduck.
Love how you just threw that in. I don't know how that's relevant to the analysis here, but just by the way, they like Psyduck.
And this is one of the main times we have seen Rumble be banned out in these games. Rumble consistently one of the top laners you do not want to see it. I mean, and rightfully so, especially for top laners. Rumble is one of the most cumbersome matchups there is.
Yeah, the zoning that you can provide with the ultimate, the chokeholds that you can make, and then just lay the red carpet on, super, super useful. We're seeing top priority come out from InsideTech. That's probably going to signal that they're going to be picking their top lane right here and then saving their mid pick for later. Both teams are actually missing their solo lanes right here. So this is a 4-champion pincer on both sides. Of course, tailored, we saw the Lux performance. And the Rumble, I think, has been consistently banned, usually in the first stage, but I'm surprised it made it this far.
Yeah, very surprising indeed. Now see what they will pick. It'll be the Vel'Koz. Interesting. So a little bit of math happening for this mid laner. Angles.
Yeah, and this is starting to become a super AP heavy composition. We kind of talked about it in the first rendition of it when Pokkake played the Ziggs Seraphine. Now the shoe is on the other foot, and it looks like InsideTech are going to be trying out that composition. But instead of having just Xin Zhao as your primary AD, now they have a Caitlyn. And if they can snowball that Caitlyn, they're making it work. Speaking of junglers that haven't made it through, Jarvan is now here to bring the Cataclysm.
Yeah, the Cataclysm indeed. The king of the jungle, the staple picked for how many years now? I lost count already.
Since release, probably.
Yeah, more than likely. As Renekton being locked in for that top side menace. A number of champions Neil has been playing in that top side. And now let's see what his opponent will be. What would you say would be a good to go against his Renekton if you are Yama Oreo?
The typical Gnar Renekton matchup is something that has been pretty popular into it. Definitely not Mbessa. I've been told Renekton easily counters that.
Oh.
Or you can just go with that super tank. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure about that one either.
Malawi, nice. All right. Pretty banger.
Okay, so a lot of very unique picks. I was gonna talk about the extreme lack of mobility on the side of InsideTech and how that that Jarvan combo, Nautilus combo can be super, super good into that. But the flip side of things is InsideTech is super poke heavy. If they can keep Pokkake at arm's length, this might end up being a really good composition to run. If they can get that lane dominance. Those 3 grubs that we've been seeing with that lane dominance, that lane shoving potential has been really, really good in the early game. Sets them up for dragons and such. And yeah, Pokkake, they are looking to scale. They are looking to stall this out. They are looking for the Smolder, the Silas to bring that damage in, but much later in the game.
Yep, much later in the game. So we'll see what is going to happen for them, but definitely a top lane match that you haven't seen probably in a long time, or unless you play a lot of solo queue, then you probably see these 2 champions a lot. But the tentacles can be so annoying to deal with, especially once you get a good setup, and it's so hard to dive this champion as well, especially with the Jarvan. If it's a standard EQ combo on top of but if you do end up getting tentacled there, it could be death.
Yeah, and Amumu is kind of a tricky one to play around. Obviously, the gank setup is relatively easy. You now have the 2 bandage tosses, which is why it was pretty famous in support for a little bit. But the amount of just CC that you have makes it so easy for, Alawi to do the test of spirit and pull the soul, Vel'Koz to set up for the knockup, Karma for tether, Caitlyn for traps. It's very textbook gank setup, if you will, and makes it a lot easier to kind of round it out. On the other side, like we said, Pokkake are looking for that team fight. Jarvan, really good at setting up ganks as well. It's a matter of, I feel like it's going to be wherever the junglers are, if they're able to trade on the opposite side of where the enemy jungler is to kind of make plays equal on the map, so to speak. I'm thinking we're not going to be seeing an early dragon unless some blunder
Mishaps
happens in
happen,
the
yeah.
bot lane. Yeah, exactly. There's going to be, grubs for dragon or herald for
Yeah.
dragon. A lot more, someone dies in the top lane for someone dies in the bot lane, and that snowballs into those respective things. I think mid lane's going to be pretty important here for the first time. We've been seeing a lot of take it slow and easy mid laners, a lot of scale them up, but right now we have two mid laners that are pretty good at clearing the wave and then just disappearing into fog of war.
Yeah, and especially with mid laners, Tenka with that Silas ultimate, you do have quite a few you can use with the Eloy, the Vel'Koz, along with the Amumu, of course. That would be the big one to keep an eye out when the cooldown is available. You want to get that Amumu, and if it's like a neutral objective, like the Dragon, like the Baron, even a flank angle, you can do so much with that, especially with the AP scaling with the ultimate from Amumu with the Silas.
Yeah, the main thing I'm looking out for is how much Alexios can get an advantage over Tenka. That is the only range versus melee matchup, I would say. We've kind of been seeing equal range matchups. We saw Diana Cho, we saw Lux into my brain is blanking a little bit. Who did Tenka play in that first one?
Who did Tenka play in the first one? Give me a second.
Yeah.
I believe.
Oh, there was also the Vygar and the Asol. So a lot of similar ranged matchups is my point. This is the first time in the tournament that we on stream get to see this range versus melee, and I want to know whether Tenka's able to, stem the bleeding a little bit. We saw what could happen when a mid laner has to chug both pots early down a couple of waves. They were able to translate that into a victory, but that was only because they were able to stall that CS lead at 2 waves and not make it grow any further than that. If Tenka is able to do that here or is able to bring it further, that is a great story in terms of the mid lane for the side of Pokkake. But if not, InsideTech, then they have the shoving lane, they have the Vel'Koz that can join at these neutral objectives sooner. We could see that as soon as Grubs, or not as soon as Grubs, as soon as Scuttle Crabs.
Oh, sorry. Funny situation happened in one of the. Apparently, one of the players didn't have Vel'Koz at first, so they panicked, and they just bought Vel'Koz right now.
Oh.
That is amazing, but it happens. There are some champions you just never play in this game. Like, I have all the champions, but I have never played LoA in my life, or Tryndamere, actually.
What's a Hecarim? I don't know.
Yeah, I think I've touched almost every champion once, except for those two only. ARAM moment.
I was gonna say we play a lot of ARAM. We've probably done it at some point.
Just those two I've never played, I believe.
But yeah, as we get the draft set up for you guys and then head into game 1 of this best of 3 again, Fearless. So we actually get to talk about this now.
Yay.
The 20 champions that you see on screen, the bigger icon ones, they're out.
Bigger. Yes, correct.
The bigger icon ones are out. The repeat bans are possible, but anything selected, anything that will be on Summoner's Rift in this first game is unavailable, which is actually more interesting for me in terms of the bot lane, because we haven't been seeing a lot of bot lane variety. Yeah, we saw the Seraphine one game. Yeah, we saw... What is another one that we saw?
It's mostly been Varus, Caitlyn.
Varus, yeah.
But Varus is in here, banned.
Yeah, so Smolder's gone. We've been seeing Smolder a couple of times. Caitlyn's gone. We've been seeing Caitlyn a couple of times.
Too many times.
And so I wonder what it's going to evolve into, if they're going to keep this hyper carry type of scale up situation, or whether they might choose to decide to change the tempo a little bit and try to end the game even sooner, Lucianami, still a prevalent bot lane combo we have available to us in the rest of this series. Aphelios Nami is another one that could potentially happen. We have the infinite scalers of like Senna TK, for example. Senna Not is not going to be available. And yeah, actually, a lot of the one-offs here that we have eliminate a lot of bot lane combos. Ezreal Karma, for example, can't be played. Caitlyn Milio, for example, can't be played. And that kind of eliminates a few of the permutations you can make.
Yeah, a couple of them, but we can see some quirky stuff like you were talking about in our last game. You wanted to see Yasuo bot lane, so that is one of those cool quirky picks. And you never know. This could be a Vel'Koz support and Karma mid.
Karma mid, that's true. And another thing that we haven't seen since game 1 with just the Seraphine is, will they evolve into bot lane mage picks?
Yeah, I mean, the stuff you've seen happen throughout the years of not just like higher competitive, even in solo queue as well. You see a lot more prioritize these mage picks like the Brand, the Malzahar, even the Syndra being played in bot lane as well as a carry.
Yeah.
And of course, you do see a lot of these mages, of course, filling the support role as well. Like we've seen LeBlanc support before. We've seen Ari support. I do not recommend playing these in solo queue unless you know what you're doing.
We've actually seen Silas support too. It's very, very strong. Of course, that's not going to happen in the series, but just to speak how flexible mages have been, especially the utility mages. I remember there were times when Orianna support was very, very good just because of how much utility it provided. There's been one pro player that's actually been playing a Nivea support recently.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Really? Who's that? Was that Lucio?
BLG On has been playing a Nivea support.
Oh.
Hui is another one that doesn't get mentioned that much. Very good in terms of CCing and also just mana sustain with the W.
Oh, there are so many champions in this game now, Henry. Jesus.
That's why we can fearless.
How many champions are there now in total?
160 something, I want to say.
Dang. Well, anyway, here we are, guys. Our final series of the day for League of Legends: Pokkake versus InsideTech. Recent performance. One winner will move on tomorrow to the top 3. There's a chance at actually make it into Kawaii Kon. While unfortunately the other one that ends their journey, at least for the Sunday part, they're still able to come on in a potentially the other side events we'll be having on the Saturday for Kawaii Kon. Of course, more information will be coming out in that eventually.
All right. We get a taste of what everybody's kind of gone for here. 4 teleports. All solo laners opted to take that TP, which means the top laners on both sides are going to be having that super shield when they come into TP after their quests are completed. Interesting choice here I want to point out is Smolder opting in for the cleanse rather than a barrier or an exhaust or anything more of like a help them mitigate. I think it's the fear of the Amumu or the Karma tether early, so it's a bit understandable. Yeah.
Even the cupcakes as well. Does it do anything with the LR interaction as well when you do get that, or no?
No.
Okay.
If your soul gets pulled and your soul dies out, you do get that slow effect. You could cleanse it.
Yeah, that's one thing I can think of. It will work for that champion. Yeah.
But I was gonna say there's probably more lethal. Oh, as I say that, hold on. Wait, Renekton took a tower shot.
Oh. That was one of those moments you're just like, if it didn't happen, you'd be fine. That is so unfortunate. They try to flash away, but once the tower shot does happen, that's all she wrote, Henry.
Oh my goodness! And now that's flashed down on the Renekton. Flashed forward to make that play. And that's a feels bad, man. Just a little bit too far on that bash. First blood flash now down. Your opponent backing buys a Sheen. That slam's gonna hit, but the Amumu looking for a gank heliotrope. Window is thinning. Worried about the minion wave crashing in. Doesn't connect with the bandage toss. Probably for the best. Tuna Pie was lurking in the shadows there.
Yep. And the poke coming out from Sakamaki doing a lot, but the re-engage. Tenka's low.
Oh, flag and drag. Alexios, one auto away. The red buff burn is going to be enough. Heliotrope trying to get anything more, but the abscond is going to dash the Silas away to safety. And now that is a 1-for-1 trade in totality.
Yeah,
4 minutes into the game.
Abscon makes him survive, but instead when they'll be abducted, maybe Neil here. Nice dodge.
Good sidestep. That's going to be the slice and dice to juke away from everything. And that was a mid to top walk, meaning the Amumu didn't take a break to farm any cams. Nothing on that top side anyway for the time being. As the hook lands in, a lot of damage already coming out onto the Nautilus. Has to flash out. Mods low on mana. Lethal Temple procced up for Silica here. Seeing if they want to maintain the fervor of battle, but no.
Yeah, both heals being used as well for the quick movement speed and not take too much more damage. Tenka though, he's getting a little bullied here. Of course, did opt not for the first strike. I've seen a little bit of differentiation for the Vel'Koz. Sometimes simply go for first strike for that extra amount of stuff. Of course, not this time around.
Yeah, just a nice, simple arcane comment. Meanwhile, Tenka going for that potentially assassin-y build. I am still expecting the Proto Belt to be built first on the Silas. It just buys you so much more playmaking potential when you can change your angle, even if it's just that little bit. Renekton being a little bit singedy, so to speak, but Amumu is on that side.
Yeah. Interesting. There's a level 5 here, though. Have to be careful. There is going to be Sakamaki coming up as well. At this point, do you try to go for the execute? Or do you try to survive?
He's going to back. He's actually going to be found out right here. Slices, dices, bandage toss connects. That's going to be the mantra Q coming out from the Karma. A second one to land it. And ooh. That's not who you wanted to go to.
And
well, maybe.
As Celica's in danger. Frog not going to be hopping for that hook. Oh, the little... Okay.
The thumbs up. The randomest thumbs up. The best one.
I forget. It was the jungle and mid for InsideTech that were siblings, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So a little bit of siblings helping each other out there in that mid lane, especially with that return. Potentially in the future, but as Tunapai going for another early objective here.
Yeah, kind of sneaking this one away. And again, Grubs, I believe, are not up. So if you're able to just get this dragon for free, that's super beautiful. Alexios doesn't have the punt away. Slowed by the Q. Is actually going to connect on the tether. Flag and drag also. Curse of the Sad Mummy not going to matter here. Or maybe it will. Didn't realize that was the Silas stolen one. And now a second bandage toss could probably secure it, but doesn't want to greed. Heliotrope just happy with the 1-for-1 trade. And as I say that, Silica very low, being chased down by Frog Framer here. Is the kiting going to work? Smolder flashing forward. Summon Airy going to secure one for Sakamaki. It's a trade back and forth. And now tether onto the support as Heliotrope going to come in. Frog Framer with no mana, can't hook away. That's the speed up. Bandage toss isn't going to land. It hits a minion of all things. But the tether back up. Second bandage toss is going to be there. Handed to the Amumu this time, and it's successful. 2 kills for 1 in the extended trade for InsideTech.
Yeah, very good. Another game where we see the support getting more kills than the AD carry. As, yeah, Renekton doing Renekton things right now. Very smart playing on this kind of style. Didn't go out right the first time, but definitely that's what you want to do, especially against a champion like Ilaoi here. But here comes another gank.
That Tunify missing. Oh, actually shorts the flag and drag for the Cataclysm. Double knockback, but Alexios with no movement capabilities. And this is what we were talking about. The carries on InsideTech can't leave unless they flash. And with flash down, that's an easy pickings.
God, I just love using the laser from the Vel'Koz just to push the wave so you can rotate towards the top side, or for now this Grubby's being spawned up.
And once again, the jungler securing the early objectives. It's been happening more often than not in these games where we see the golden sweep, I would say, of these objectives. There was only really one game where the dragons were split and the objectives were split even, but for the rest of it, jungle priority has been the name of the game.
So what would your nickname be for the Grubs? Because I know some people call it Ed and Eddie, some people call it the Powerpuff Girls. What do you call it, Henry?
I like those. I like those. I've also heard Twitch chat.
Oh, I've heard that as well. Yes, as right now, in danger, Sakamaki getting lower, the mom doing a decent amount of damage too.
Yep, and Vel'Koz did have first roam to this. So like we were saying, Vel'Koz very, very easy at pushing out the wave and joining somewhere else, but an unsuccessful play means that that's going to be half a wave to a wave being lost to the turret there. Amumu now playing goalkeeper, making sure that the Silas is at bay. I believe there's actually an engage going on. Both junglers now in the mid side.
Mid side, potential vision happening in the boss side of the map though. Nothing too good just yet. Amumu going for that scuttle crab. It looks like it's about even for the number of camps for that one for both of these junglers at 10 apiece now. There it is for their jungle items. Or
Yeah,
10
and the gold
remaining,
is
sorry.
the gold is pretty even. Like if you take out the gold that you get from First Blood, this is actually a dead even game. And I wouldn't be surprised if the gold lead just happens to be in Yama's pocket, because for the most part, the rest of the game has been very stable, very tame. Everybody's just farming it up. Smolder's got a little bit of a farm lead, as does the Silas, but on the flip side of the things, Amumu and Alawi for the side of InsideTech. So everyone's playing to their little bit of advantages here so far. As I say that, Dredgeline coming in, Sakamaki caught out, looking to just ward the Tri-Bush. Might be the end of it there. Heal coming out, and that's going to be enough with the shield also. But that was a lot of free stacks.
Nautilus Hook should have been back up for the re-engage potentially, but instead Heliotrope is here. Though will get spotted out by the ward if he does decide to stay. Frog is here though. Oh no.
Engaging onto the Caitlyn, who has to proc barrier. That's going to be the flash bandage toss to kill secure. Frog Framer going a little bit too close to the sun. And that's going to be a second death for the Pokkake support.
Yeah, the Nautilus, once you go in, there is no get out card if your flash is unavailable. Alexios has had that control there for a while now, I believe, as Dragon, well, perfect timing. Support dies, Dragon is there, top side, Yama is doing Laoi things. Enough said.
Yeah, Iceborne Gauntlet already completed, which makes this so much harder for the Renekton. Slow field plus the fact that it's an armor item, plus the fact that it's a Sheen item. Knockup connects onto Tenka. Takes the Amumu ult, potentially looking to ult two people. Actually flashed away from Disintegration Ray, is going to finish it out. We saw the ace of the hole from the bottom right corner. Not even going to be needed there. Answering here. And that might secure the Dragon if they choose to go for it.
Yeah, it might be it if they do decide to go for that one. And it should be it. So, like you mentioned, a potential even split for this game, at least for this objective for the Dragon. We'll see what the rift will be after this one. Top side, Renekton not having the best situation, half HP for over there. It will be an Ocean's Rift, Henry.
And as you can see, 12-minute mark. This is about the time when you start recognizing the role quests being completed. It's also about the time the first item power spikes are coming out. Caitlyn opting in for that one of the new items there. It gives you more % damage if you hit somebody past a certain threshold. Sort of like the event, the Horizon Focus, but for AD champions. Caitlyn being one of those very rare marksmen that actually naturally auto attack beyond that range. As we say that, 90 caliber net, also the flash being used, so they turn on the support instead. Now both flashes being used, and now easy pickings if they choose to on the side of InsideTech, a flashless bot lane.
Yeah, and Mod's not having any mana either, so even with the engage coming out from Frog, they can't do much about that, unfortunately. Yeah, it all went downhill for Neil there at the start. The unfortunate tower shot early on. Now 0-2 and 0 has the Eclipse for a little bit of that backup, but it'll be an uphill battle for sure for this one. Looks like Yama does have the role quest complete, so we'll have that empowered TP. Neil should be there appropriately soon, but we shall see on that end.
Both junglers posturing the top side. Not sure if they know where each other are, which is kind of funny. Oh, Sakamaki just mantra'd. Control ward being cleared by Frog Famer. Are they going to walk up for this? Nope. Just to get a little bit... Get that bone plating off the Nautilus, which actually makes him, yeah, a lot less tanky. The Aftershock, I believe, was the rune of choice here? Oh. You can't see it now. Oh.
Yeah, well, once it upgrades, you can't see it. And what you can't see anymore is Vel'Koz. Alexios got lasered by Silas.
Their own laser.
Yeah. Laserception, if you will.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate, you know? Draft allowing J4 to fall through the draft like this and picking arguably 2 immobile carries. One of them was bound to get picked on, and Caitlyn Karma able to kind of hold them at arm's length a lot better, but I believe the Cataclysm jump is unstoppable, so Vel'Koz can't really do anything about this. Oh, backwards net! Dredgeline hits onto the Karma. They're probably just going to call it at that. But Celica with a blunder that could have gone much worse there.
Oh, we've all been there, Henry. We've unfortunately been there, but that could have been a disaster indeed. J4 looking to thin the wave before it does come in. Celica in danger, but look at top side. They are growing. They're going for the Rift Herald here, and that could be it.
Who's tanking aggro here? It's going to be the Smolder, but it doesn't even matter. That's going to be an easy gank here. 2 plates also for the little dragon. Stacking pretty well. And meanwhile, on the flip side of things, it's a trade. It's going to be first turret won by the side of InsideTech. So like we said, every time you're looking for a play on the opposite side of the map, you're expecting an answer there. As I say that, Tanka keeps taking the Amumu ult and just keeps doing it better.
I love how Neil just waiting for a slice and dice to come back up just because he used it to engage on top of him. He's like, well, I'm going to watch this Herald, take my minions down, and then go over the wall. I love that little interactions. It's so funny. But now both top laners played as deal caps, which makes sense in this game. But slowly but surely, Henry, keep on talking about it. Tanka gonna be getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and we mentioned it in the pregame. If Silas can break even, that's considered a win. But what about Silas that is 4-2-1, up 20 CS from the opposite number? Boots completed. Almost done with that second item on top of that. But Alexios, not unfamiliar with a position like this, was at a disadvantage the first time they ended up playing against each other, ended up winning out that game. As a matter of fact, TP coming out actually, I believe that's going to be from the Alawi. This is to secure the dragon coming up in 6 seconds here. Ocean Rift. And if this team is gonna secure the Ocean Soul, that would mean so much. So the Karma shields plus the Ocean Soul healing would be massive for this team.
Yeah, the question is, would you send Aloy back to top lane, or would you just swap positions so you do put your bot lane in top side at this point? But instead, just gonna be posturing towards that mid lane before walking back up, giving some free plating and free, at least some gold in the pocket of, you know, Neil there, because he's been having a very, very rough game.
To be honest, I don't know if the TP was necessary.
I don't think so.
From the Alawi, yeah, could have maybe just TP top, but maybe recognized that they weren't going to lose that tower to begin with. I like the move here from Frog Framer, actually swept out the bushes. As we say that, Heliotrope's gonna get engaged on, has to use Curse of the Sad Mummy as a defensive option here. Slice didn't go far enough for a second when Disintegration Ray slowing down the Renekton, but the second Slice comes online, and now Celica in a Celica in a very bad position here as they're trying to tower dive. It might be successful. The health bars kept up so healthy here. The sustain on the Renekton. Mod just tanking in for fun. Okay, but yeah, that's a 4-for-1 trade, and they're the team that tower dove.
Yeah, they're the team that tower dove there. That could have been a little bit spicy. Meanwhile, Yama just getting a lot of damage on top of that top lane turret, though. Taking out so much health there, and it's so scary to fight this LoA right now with how much they are stacked up with their tentacles around them. Oh, but look at Neil.
Seeing if this chase works out. There's no TP to get this out of there. That's going to be the ult. And J4 not even needed. Kills going where kills should be going if you're on the side of Pokkake. Onto this Silas.
I think that was Silas's LOL, not Yama's ult, I believe.
Oh.
I think. I could be wrong.
I don't even know what does that do for not allowing.
I don't
because that thing summons tentacles and Alawi slam.
It summons Silas's chains and just slaps him on the ground. That'd be so funny. Ooh. If the league dev team was a little more extra, that would be something really cool to do. But beggars can't be choosers here. But bot lane, Celica may be in trouble here though. Silas engaged on top of Celica.
Yep, barrier proc. Is the abduct gonna land? Oh, it's just the protobelt. Wow, that's it.
A protobelt and abduct there for that one, I guess. Bot laner is down, unfortunately. 1-4-2 for this Caitlyn. As now, let's see how they'll be doing this one. Tuna Pie on the hunt.
And this is a little bit of a different build that we've seen from the Caitlyns all today. We've been seeing a collector into IE, but today, opting in for that new item, not really paying off as many members on the side of Pokkake have just been jumping onto this Caitlyn, making sure that the space is not there. Turret finally taken down on the top side. Dominus for the Renekton. Is it going to mean much? Yama trying to find a good place to pop that ultimate. Not really going to find it. They're on each other's side of the map. Renekton a lot healthier, but now that Dominus has timed out, is Heliotrope going to go in for anything? Top laner still skirmishing quite a bit. Is this going to be it? Yama's falling kind of low. There's going to be the ultimate proc, and now the grass procs are hitting like a truck. One more slams ought to do it. An excellent play from the Alawi here, buying out the time on the Renekton ult.
Yeah, the Black Cleaver was doing so much to Yama there, but Tuna has to be careful. I wouldn't engage there, but mid lane, with the engagement I saw, Helio, when he did go in, I believe Frog did have to blow both Flash along with the heal, and no Curse of Time Mummy was used there. So that's a very key thing to be down if you are Frog, especially before this net neutral objective with the Dragon spawning at 50. No Flash on top of a Nautilus can be not the best when you're trying to go for this big engage for a team fight.
Yeah, especially with a Ruin Page taking no Hex Flash on top of that too, so just summoner cooldowns. Smolder does still have Cleanse, so has one get out of jail free card, but Cleanse with no Flash is a little bit harder to prove to be successful on that. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Caitlyn, neither summoner spells available, but Sakamaki ready to pocket if needed. My eyes are on that Silas ult because I'm pretty sure the cooldown on everybody is down, which means he can abduct anybody he wants. Goes for the Disintegration Ray on Alexios again. And that is now 6 deaths for this Vel'Koz, but can Tenka make it out alive? Looking to taxi onto Celica here. Not quite possible. TP coming out actually to back up his fellow solo laner. Stopwatch does mean that's a free setup for the traps. Is it going to work? It's a flash play coming out from Tenka. Doesn't land with the abduct, but the autos are going to be there. 1100 gold shutdown on the opposite side of things. Able to trade out 1-for-1 here. So now Pokkake down 2 members, but more importantly, the jungler, which means they cannot start this neutral objective.
Yeah, like, what happened? Yama just TPs, I guess not just walks in there and just gets a kill. That's crazy.
Heliotrope, bandage tossed in, stuck in the pit, has the backup of his team who are moving into secure. Fogfamer hooks a wall.
We've all been there.
And now CC chained potentially to death. Tether not going to connect finally. But now for Frog, A little bit of a cooldown on that hook if they're able to secure it. Achu doesn't do anything there. And do they just walk out for the time being? It looks
TP,
like,
TP.
yes, the space bot, but teleport, it's a deep, but it's on the right side. Might be able to catch out one player here on the right, but the answer is going to be no. Silas just going to drift away to that bottom side, see if they can push anything out, but Yama there to respond. The strongest member on the side of InsideTech, arguably, so this would be a tight in this matchup if it does. And they call it off. As I say that, Heliotrope in an interesting position, has to flash out. Dominus proc, Disintegration Ray, they're in time, and now buffer on the flag and drag there, going to work out. That's going to also be the locket coming out from Frog, but I think that's just the end of his life there. IT picking up kill after kill here. Bandage toss going in for Heliotrope, looking to capture another one, using the character model to actually block the J4 from walking forward. That was brilliant. And now kills and gold almost tied up.
Kills be damned, gold be damned, objectives be damned. They just want to fight, fight, fight. Meanwhile, Mod stacking up, having a very quiet game, mid game at this point. Early on, it was definitely a lot more focused, but now a little bit quieter, stacking up with the CS along with the passive, and up was that 40k, 50 CS.
Yeah, the sizable farm lead from the carries on the side of Pokkake. Oh, hold on! No, that's not enough. That's not enough.
I respect that flash.
Okay, yeah, but Smolder's, you know, kind of on par with stacking. It's 25 minutes. I think he's been there for a little bit. Curse of the Sad Mummy going to land. But that, just like that, we mentioned it, Cleanse. And now the Silas version of it will come out. Tethered is going to connect onto Frog. Disintegration Ray is actually beautiful. Catches the Smolder off guard there. And now Pokkake have to retreat. They're down their ADC.
No Smolder, and that is one of the main win cons, honestly, with how they try to play around the Smolder. Sure, Silas has a lot of kills, but a lot of it is the backed up from the Smolder doing a lot of DPS over time.
Yeah, and that completely ends any further push that they planned on doing. Now 26 minutes, over a kill per minute, gold pretty even. I would say maybe one support item's worth of difference total between the two teams. Most of that, as you see, the gold lead centered around the Silas and the Smolder. On the opposite side, it's that Amumu, it's that Alawi that we were talking about. Wouldn't be surprised if Alawi just chose to just build a Hullbreaker straight up and play this split push side lane. But Yama now being pincered.
Oh, wait, look at the pings. It's Baron pings, because they're focused on Yama right now. They could just posture towards it if they wanted to. Sure, Silas is there, but it could also be a key pick, though.
I don't know if they saw Tuna Pie in that bot side, but by now, Jarvan has walked up to that mid lane already, able to join this Baron fight as needed. But like you said, yeah, this Alawi just provides so much pressure in the side, and it's not like the Renekton can solo answer this, so they're kind of on like a ticking time bomb, a bleed out, if you will, because the longer they stall this out, look at that, the ultimate just, he's pushing forward. He's gonna slam another time.
Meanwhile, Mod with a big 3-man ultimate there, and now has to be careful. Tuna Pie will fall.
Smolder is completely untouched here. Helio can't do anything to kill this little dragon, and Frog just face. Oh wait, hold on, no, wait.
What happened there? What?
The Leandri's Sunfire? Oh wait, no, also the Thormail.
He's hurting himself. And then in the back end, Tenka gets a kill, and now Yama's fighting him. Is Yama gonna fall?
Yama has no MR, pretty much. But has a lot of sustain. Just look at that. That was a Grasp of the Undying slam right there. Another Test of Spirit, pulling out the soul. That's gonna leash back, and I swear Tenka had like a 1k health advantage heading into that fight. Now, he's the one that has to walk away.
What?
And this Alawi, oh my, it's so scrappy.
There was like 3 team fights happening across the board, Henry. bot lane, mid, freaking inhibitor turret in red team base. Tenka chased Alexios all the way to the enemy base there, Henry.
And I swear all of this was just to see if they can get a good fight for our dragon or a Baron.
He's disengaging!
The answer is neither. As Sakamaki almost falls, he's able to flash away. They're able to just melt Tuna Pie with the untouched Caitlyn in the back line. Now has to fall back just a little bit as Renekton's right there. TP kind of deep, but Alexios looking to join. They are able to kill off the Caitlyn. That is one main damage dealer down on the side of Pokkake, though. The Smolder still untouched, still stacking for free. Finally, Test of Spirit. And there's the Curse of the Sad Mummy. And so now Yama, able to jump forward, is going to be in range. The Q. Ooh, that was close.
You have to tease it perfectly. Oh, wait!
Oh!
50 HP.
Drink your potions, guys. I don't even think he had one, but drink your potions, guys.
Yeah. Drink your potion as Ocean Soul for oh god, for this team. That's disgusting.
Yeah, Pokkake had to win that one.
A little bit of an early engage from Tuna Pie, in my opinion. Could have waited like a second or two. Wait a second or two, and then you have the backup from Frog along with Tenka being there. But like went in, I got chunked immediately. Sure, it was a nice engage and getting Sakamaki's flash along with half the HP, but just immediately got deleted. And with already being a 4v5, I wasn't the best.
And it looks super sketchy because Celica was quite literally just shooting, had the prio in the banana bush right there. But as soon as they lost that, Caitlyn couldn't step up, tried to, immediately pounced on by the members on the side of Pokkake, but you know, InsideTech able to close it out with the Alawi, and now they're the ones onto the Baron. Huge two-man coming out here. Taking down the support. Tuna actually spotted out in the back there. Are they going to try to ace in the holders? But actually, Alexios now left alone to dry. Has to Zhonya's to buy a little bit of time. Tenka is going to go in with the Mantra Q. Just melts the Karma on the backside of thing. And now Mods, has to run away. But a potential pincer maneuver here. But Tenka's actually the one getting caught out. Kited by this Caitlyn.
Celica.
Actually able to jump on. Has to flash away. Zhonya's. I would not have done that there, my friend. Is now trades back and forth. InsideTech with the Baron. They only lose their Karma, but they take the Purple Worm. They take 3 members down. They have the Ocean Soul, and they are looking poised for game number 1.
Poised indeed, but that is so much strong picks. Going to be out for game number 2. No Caitlyn, which we've seen dominate throughout this tournament. And of course, the really, honestly, this Amumu pick, phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, we were worried about the Silas taking advantage of it, and in the early to mid game, it looked like that, you know? Tenka just had such good ultimates back to back to back, but now that the items are coming in...
There's a reason why Heliotrope is the OG Amumu, like 7, 2, and 12, Henry. God.
That triple kill earlier, I mean, what can I say?
Hey man, just you stop hurting yourself. Enough said. That's how it is.
Yeah, top half of IT showing to be a powerhouse here in this game number 1. Saying, yeah, your traditional carries, they don't really matter to us too much. As they're looking to jump in. That is a huge wombo combo there. They were able to take down the bot lane just like that. Heliotrope at less than half HP. Are they able to do anything? The Smolder Burn is going to secure that one. And now Alexios hooked up by the Nautilus. And what just happened? That was such a good engage. They layered the CC perfectly. And now all they have to worry about is Yama. They don't have to win the fight here. They just have to make sure that Yama gets stalled. Because if they prevent this Alawi from backing, it might be game. It's probably going to be just an inhibitor, though.
Probably an inhibitor. 10 seconds left for both the bot laners of Team InsideTech. Actually, it'll be the turret. Maybe more, but if they stay for too long, it'll be a little bit sticky situation. They will be sticking a little bit longer. 2 versus 1 in that bot side. Loey versus the world versus 2 solo laners, Henry.
Yeah, is this going to work out? I mean, it's so rough. I don't think either of them have any anti-heal, which just means every slam with that grass proc is just gonna do so much and heal so much. So they're gonna call it off. They're saying, we did it, we stemmed the bleeding, we didn't want the Alawi to take the inhibitor, that's all we asked for. And they were able to accomplish that. But on the flip side of things, Pokkake, off the backs of that beautiful engage, you could see it flash from Tuna Pie, flash from Frog, knock up with the Demacia Standard and the Dredge line. And I believe the Silas, I'm not even sure which ult the Silas had, but CC layered beautifully, Smolder with the AoE.
I just
I
love
mean-
how initially the Upsana duck didn't work because it was a Z axis moment where after the flag and drag, it didn't connect, but it didn't matter. He just went in anyway. I just love the Z axis moments for some of these people.
And the longer the game goes on, you've been talking about it, Smolder has been having a pretty quiet game. Now 333 stacks,
Jesus.
well and truly comfortable. And 10 stacks per minute is the golden number here for Smolder. Pretty close to it, I would say. Dominus has to be proc just to clear the wave. Is able to pull it into turret range here.
There's
And
no
now-
hull breaker, unfortunately.
Yeah, no hull breaker, and Yama's taking a lot of damage. Does pull.
Oh.
Nothing happening here. They actually kite out the ult beautifully, so Yama only can use this just to heal up a little bit. Ult now has worn out, seeing if they can do anything about it. But again, there's no anti-heal on either of these players. The Alawi is just healing up so much of the damage. And they're the ones that have to peel back. They're in the 2v1.
In the 2v1, Mom's coming out, Henry. Look at that damage. Frog's getting lower. Support's down. Elder is up, Henry. This is the disaster for Team Pokkake.
Yeah, some people have to just stay back just to contest Yama, who is tearing the base apart. Smolder here finally looking to do some significant damage here. Look at that Sterak shield. Looking to take down one. If he gets another slam, might be worrying, but finally able to do it at the cost of the Elder Dragon.
Oh god, a headshot crit coming out from Caitlyn may just like devour.
That might kill.
That might kill at least a Smolder.
Well, the Smolder built Overlord, so has a lot of health. You can see a 4,000 health on an 80 carry. Not something you've typically seen since like the blue Ezreal build days, but has that anti-heal item, opted for the one that doesn't provide crit, instead went for the one that provides health and AD. On top of that, might be a GA to close it out, so a pretty defensively built Smolder. Really just relying on the Essence Reaver, the Black Cleaver, and the Shojin to do the damage here. Meanwhile, like you said, this is a nuclear Caitlyn coming out from Celica from the early investment of that long-range item. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
We're
Baron's
entering.
up now.
Yeah, we are entering final teamfight territory, which is crazy to say because we had a 50-minute banger earlier today, but 37
man.
minutes. Almost everyone is full build.
The final outcome, the final timer is set. Now we can see what will happen now.
I think they're just going to root down Frog. Yeah, Frog's just going to burn to the Elder. Frog caught out again. They're gonna start it. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, it looked like Silas was gonna push the bot wave, but Yama cut the wave even further up. And now Redemption actually does chunk out quite a bit. They do have to worry about Mod here, but it looks like they're not even gonna contest it. They're just gonna let the Baron happen. Silver lining for Pokkake here is the fact that the Elder is starting to wear off. So now they don't have to worry about the Exodia of both buffs, just the Baron pushing minions. And Smolder, really good for wave clear. They're thinking they can stem the bleeding here. A little bit of greedy coming out from Tenka. The Elder isn't necessarily fully gone yet here. That's going to be a solo kill.
9, 3, and 13 for Helio tropes. One of the star
And I
players
believe the
from that
Baron
first game.
just wore out here.
Yes, it did.
So now, Yama not in a good spot. That's not the Elder. That's Smolder stacks, baby. Rounding out close to 400, you gotta feel those each stack's gotta be super valuable here as they clear out these Baron waves. Good news for them, Yama is down, which means that Titan pushing power will be gone for the next 40 seconds, which doesn't leave a lot of room for the Baron. They're going to go bot lane, as that's already been cracked. Helio engaging in, looking to see if they can get a multi-man Amumu. No, just locking down Frog once again. Has to proc the locket preemptively. Bot inhibitor falls. No other lane is being sieged. Actually, the Renekton is making quick work of that top side. Are they going to cancel any backs? The answer is no. So Alexios going to be able to contest this Renekton before they hit the inhibitor turret.
And they really hate Frog. Like, time and time again, they just see Frog engage top of him, and he just keeps on getting like below half HP every single time. This, God, I really hope Celica doesn't end up using the net backwards again. That could be a game changer. Look, doesn't matter anymore for the gold too much in my opinion, just because it's already in the late game. Full builds are happening, but just the genuine income coming up from these players right now, it's just so crazy. 6K for this Smolder.
Yeah, and like you said, Caitlyn just rounded out a 4th item. Meanwhile, I believe Smolder is full build, so super far ahead. Now, granted, did opt for some cheaper items. Like GA is cheaper, the chainsword is cheaper. The cheapest item on the side of Caitlyn is that RFC, and that's still pretty expensive, so to speak. But that just goes to show how much of a difference the tale of 280 carries here has been. And while Pokkake have that gold lead, it's very minor. It's all condensed in this Smolder. And if they're able to take out the dragon, that is a free win for them. But every minute they stall, every minute they think of a plan, that number just keeps going up.
There's one more dragon they have to worry about. Elder spawns in 1 minute, so no one can, but instead of being a full-on fight, there goes the ultimate, and Mom is there, Henry.
Yeah, but look at this. They've targeted out the Smolder. They proc the GA, but are they able to do any follow-up after that? Are they able to put a trap onto his foot? The answer is no. Renekton jumping in, able to contest the Caitlyn.
Oh!
And now the reverse of Mumu ultimate finishes off the bot lane on the side of InsideTech. And they're not able to kill the Smolder. GA procced, but nobody was able to get close enough. Caitlyn was not able to get that Yordle snap trap down. And Yama pushing the bot lane. The saving grace here for InsideTech as the rest of his team are left to scatter.
Oh yeah, scatter indeed. Looks like they want to go for the flank. There goes Frog. The re-engage on top of them. Curses at Mummy not available, Henry.
Yeah, Pinsir coming in. They're able to lower the health of the frontline. Silas, oh so low, might just fall, but lives by the skin of his teeth. If he's able to get a Kingmaker up, that would be huge. Yama, the Sterax, completely melted through. Mom called out for what I believe is a second time. Frog Framer might be ticking down, but no burn items from this Vel'Koz means they are totally fine. And
Whoa.
Helio might fish here. Everyone's kind of low.
Yeah, could go fishing. You know, they want to do something for that Elder Drake. Minute half for this Baron. Final fight territory. We are in there. And this is just game number 1. We still have potentially 2 more to go. Banger after banger. 31-30. This can be it. Oh!
They're able to lock down Tenka, but hold on. Kunapai is able to jump on a Caitlyn who has no net left. Had to use it to dodge Tenka earlier. It's going to be a trade of carries here. You can see in the inventory the components to Guardian Angel completed, but not the physical item itself. Mod caught out, heals up a little bit from Mom, but the TP from the back. Yama's coming in from the back side of things. Look at that health. Helio connecting onto the Amumu, forces out the cleanse. Mod has to move forward for for safety here. Able to take down the Vel'Koz. Bandage toss not connecting, which means now all they have to do is kite for this Smolder. Yama trying to push up. Is it going to be a flash slam? Is he going to be able to close the distance? The answer is yes. And so now the burn from the dragon will now be dissipated. And the top jungle duo from both sides are the only ones left standing.
What is going on this game, Henry? It is banger after banger. It doesn't matter. Kills, gold, objectives. All they want is blood. Inhibitor, not just up just yet. Honestly, Yama could have ran bot lane and may have just got all the Nexus turrets as well.
Both teams again, a stalemate. No objectives to be taken. Another Elder and Baron on the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see a trade, but honestly, I think both teams should circle around this Elder. Sieging power doesn't really matter now that everybody's full build. Caitlyn still not able to complete that GA. Celica has to watch positioning. It is oh so critical now. Teleport coming in. Where is the rest of Pokkake? They're not contesting this at all.
They're going for the Baron?
Do they think the Smolder burn is going to suffice here? Because Elder Dragon executes at 20%. Smolder burn at this point is roughly around 10, so
I'm speechless. But now they're just going for it. This is do or die.
They're giving up both for Prio in the side lanes. They're pushing up the side lanes here to make sure that they can't siege all three. I don't know if they're able to even get it up to the inhibitor turret here. Silas Tanka able to take one turret down, but is gonna have to back. Can't play greedy here. Everybody is a threat, even Alexios, who was set so far back in this game. 9 deaths. Now caught up with the Silas in build, basically. Renekton maybe a little bit caught out, tethered, therefore slowed. Burning to the Elder, has a lot of health to still work with here. Is able to walk it off with the help of his team.
Alright, Henry. Here it is. Time and time again, these two teams meet up for these skirmishes. Many members fall, but with Baron, with Elder, this could be it for InsideTech, the inside track to victory. No more ins or outs for this game number 1 here. TP not available just yet for Yama, pushing towards that bot side. Top lane, you see Heliotrope looking for an opportunity, her chance. Nothing of note just yet.
Yeah, and the shove in the side lanes actually ended up working out for the side of Pokkake here, because as you can see, Malawi still, I would say, 2 waves behind. By that point, the Elder's going to wear off. The Baron might even wear off, and they will have stemmed the bleeding here. Heliotrope just lurking to empower these minions, but Tenka wrapping around, seeing if they can get anything done, but they could just bandage toss onto the Silas to get away. No, Gromp there to help out. Curse of the Sad Mummy does lock down onto 3. Tenka's got to worry about the health bar. He's already fallen.
But look at mid, they're just sieging.
They're just sieging. They tried to block out the Amumu, but the Alawi is already here. 2 inhibitors have fallen. Baron is about to wear off. Elder has fallen. It is up to Mod to try to do what he can. But it's such a tanky Alawi. It's not going to matter. Lots of jumping in, but Mod just doesn't have the space. Alawi just jumping in. Caitlyn flashing forward. That's gonna secure it. InsideTech with game number 1 says you have gotten the experience, but will still take the 1-0 lead.
To quote a wise man, uno, dos, adios. Game number 1, InsideTech. Repeat history is the name of the game for that team. But Pokkake, they're not out just yet. That's only game number 1, like you mentioned, Henry.
True. Game number 1.
In a fearless draft. And as we know, all those champs we saw in that game no longer allowed, no longer in able. So no more Renekton, Laoi, Jarvan, Amumu, Silas, Vel'Koz, Smolder, Caitlyn, Nautilus, and Karma. Whew.
Yep, all those picks and all of the little miniature combinations you can make with the bot lanes that involve one of those picks are now out. Not necessarily saying you got to get super creative here because, again, only 10 champions are out and then the bans for game number 2 will happen. But for the time being, yeah, this is going to be... That was a bit of a slugfest, a 40-plus minute game. And so... we're going to give the teams a little bit of time to recuperate. We're going to give them the time to talk with their imaginary coaches, if they will.
Yeah,
And
because we all have that.
yeah, but Pokkake backs against the wall here. A familiar situation, except this time they get a second chance against the same team. InsideTech looking to potentially close it out in 2-0 fashion. And then we will see them tomorrow for the rest of the bracket. Pokake's got to win 2 out here. A little miniature reverse sweep if they want to keep it going.
But yeah, we'll be taking a short break. We're prepared for that one. So don't go anywhere, guys. This has been the Hawaii Esports Open Championship presented by Workin Gamerz. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
I love Simon. Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her, and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hawaii Esports Open Championship 2026, presented by the logo you see down below us, Working Gamers. And we saw a pretty amazing game that won between these two teams, Pokkake InsideTech, with of course InsideTech with an inside track there, Henry. And will history repeat itself in game two?
We'll see. We'll see. This fifth seed of Inside Tech has been proving very resilient in terms of the rest of the standings. Like we were talking about, the other lower seeded teams, right? 6, 7, 8, they're all out already. You know, they're not in the bracket anymore. They were eliminated. Pretty much, you know, when you expect them to have been eliminated. But this fifth seed here has been proving to be one that can wrestle with the upper seeds, I would say. You know, was able to take down this fourth seed in their initial run, just did it right here in another game. And they are one away from proving themselves as a top 3.
Top 3 in a tournament like this, and we get to see on broadcast at least the top 2 teams, League United and of course Expedition 808, which will be seeing them tomorrow morning, Henry, 11 a.m. for our
I'll be
winners
there.
Finals. So I'll be there too. Wow,
I'll be there.
it's like we'll be
Crazy
seeing each
that
other.
we'll both be there.
I
Actually,
know. Wow, it's like we'll also be at grand finals as well. It's kind of crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway. But yeah,
heading
already
into the second game. Yeah,
it's
the
fast.
bands. I mean, the ones we've seen so far. All right, the ones that you kind of got to worry about. Cho, GP, Nocturne, very classic. On the other side, Singe, Diana, also. So nothing new or out of the ordinary thus far. Yup, the Thresh. It's more now than, since these bands have remained pretty much the same, what are we looking for in terms of new things? You know, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, already Diana taken out. We saw the Diana on that previous game we saw for them, where it did go really well in beforehand. But now for Yama Oreo, no Singe for them, which they've been phenomenal on. Instead, it'll be the Varus, the return of the Varus, a non-lethal Varus, unfortunately.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Yeah, true.
We will see, but we have seen one instance of Varus, and it is on hit, and we were proven very wrong immediately. On the flip side of things, a little bit of Hui. We did hint at this. Hui is one of those possible mages that can go in the bot lane if you want to flex it, leave it up in the air for that possibility. Tarek, however, that's a bit more interesting. Yeah.
Okay, I do like the Tarek pick though, especially with these chaotic team fights where face to face, you can proc your passive so much to get more of these heals up along with these more of these CC chains. So I do like this Tarek pick. If you can dazzle the enemy team though, it'll be the question mark for that one. You do have to keep an eye out on how much what he loves about first. Some Tareks like to go for the heal first, get that max up so you have more heal procs available, or they might just go for the standard E as well to just have more time to stun them in place. And a Volibear, that could be either top or jungle, though, is the thing.
Yeah. So still keeping it open in the flex picks. I am actually a little bit more interested in what role is going to be left open. We've kind of been seeing the solo laners. They've been pincered quite a bit. It's been kind of rare, but the jungle has also been left open. The Varus Lulu is a very, very good lane. That is already going to tell me it's going to be an on-hit Varus. With some good protection, because Polymorph can be used to stop and engage like a Taric if they decide to flash in. Now, on the flip side of things, are they going to be locking in their ADC here, or
Do it. See, but knowing Tenka, this could be mid lane. This could be mid lane Nasus, though.
That's true. That's true.
That'll be
Nasus
nice.
jungle, not too bad. Every baby Krug is a stack.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's
Some things
ugh.
to consider. Some things to consider.
be
Yeah, a
very-
lot open, a lot left in the air for Pokkake, to be honest. Hoi could go a lot of places. Nasus could go a lot of places. On the side of InsideTech, they've got that bear in them, but it's kind of it.
Oof. Yeah, let's see what rest of it be. Wukong taken away for the side of Heliotrope, though, so nonetheless for this Monkey King.
So
But yeah,
since they're banning this Wukong, are they thinking that this Volibear is specifically top? Because there's no way they would pincer the jungle pool if not for the case. Both teams, in theory, have yet to pick a jungler, and we could just see 4 jungle bans right here.
yeah, this could potentially be a lot of bans happening there. The Pantheon, which we've seen before, do pretty good for the global ultimate. There's a lot more plays. I think you mentioned with the Lulu, though, it can take away a lot of this jungle threat as well. So no matter if they do pick and engage, it would be a lot disastrous, especially along with the Nasus already, too. When Nasus uses the ultimate, you can do the polymorph to sort of negate a lot of that damage happening. And of course, the Vi getting locked down as well.
Now, we've been seeing tankier junglers for the most part. We saw the Trundle before. I think if we're going along that line, Sejuani could be a pretty good one in terms of providing that CC. Locking down an 80 carry like the Varus would probably force Summoner Cleanse from it straight up. So a big possibility there. There's that Trundle ban, as we were talking about. And now I assume Mod will lock in the jungler here if it's not already Nasus, to thin the pull even further for Helio.
Yeah, let's see what will be displayed here. We mentioned it could be a Hoi bot lane. We joked about that in one of the previous games. These AP threats in the bot lane position. A Belveth locked in for Tuna Pie, though. Interesting. Something a little more volatile as well in that position.
Yeah, and a very AD centric jungler. We haven't really seen those too much aside from stuff like J4 and Xin Zhao. Nocturne obviously banned, and so you start trickling down the list. Belveth doesn't really offer that much per se, but it's one of those snowball junglers that we have categorized throughout this tournament where if you get that Belveth ahead, it is going to mean so much more. Now, the Ornn lock-in does pretty much confirm that Heliotrope was going to go Volibear jungle to begin with. We're missing a mid laner here. A control mage would be perfect, and Sakamaki thinks Victor will round it out great.
Yeah, Victor Nation, it was banned out in the second phase of the first game, if I'm not mistaken, Henry.
Yeah.
So now we'll be able to see this one. So a very, very strong overall team composition coming out from InsideTech. Now the question is, though, what will be that last pick for Team Pokkake? What is left for the board? And the Rumble, it's open!
Ooh!
Wait.
It's Hoi bot. It's wait.
Is it mid Nasus? Was I right?
Is it Rumble mid?
Oh. Wait, let me bring out these OPGGs real fast.
Okay, so we are now seeing our first taste of mage bot lane since pretty much the first few games, and Hui being that control mage for the team instead, I mean, there are so many abilities that buy so much space here. We've got the Rumble Red Carpet, we've got the Hui ultimate, and then we've also got Belveth knockup, Tarek E. There's so much zoning to be had. And to be honest, whether this Nasus is going to be in the hands of Tanka or the top lane, all they really have to do is keep this Ornn in check.
It might be mid lane. That might be Tenka's Nasus.
Okay.
Wow.
Hopefully there's no Halo Blades Nasus that we don't know about, because I'm not too ready for
if that's
that
what
kind
it
of tech.
takes for the win for Team Pokkake, I'll be down. I'll be down.
Now the question is, will this be a split push Nasus? Because we've seen it, Iceborne Gauntlet or Triforce, then you can go like Hullbreaker, you kind of just ignore the rest of your team, you kind of trust that they're going to do what they're going to do. But this right here, I honestly like Pokake's comp a little bit. It's AD in the jungle and 3 AP lanes supposedly, which makes the damage composition really hard. And InsideTech this time are the ones that opted in for the team fight. They have the on-hit Varus, they have the Lulu to superpower that. They've got Ornn Volibear to buy the space. Victor Gravity Field, also really good. And so IT looking to scale, PKK looking to get rough and rowdy with them.
The rowdy rough boys indeed for this one. Oh, what a draft for these teams. What's a very explosive team fight's going to be happening soon. And now let's look.
We kind of expected this, right? Because this is Pokake's last game potentially if they lose, right? There's no more after this. And so they're taking out these picks that they have been saving up until now, where they're like, all right, this is finally our time to use it. It's now or never officially. If it wins us this game, that's great. That these 5 champions do get removed from Fearless, but to be honest, other than the Rumble, I wouldn't be that upset. There's so many more picks to pick from. I mean, in just the bans alone, you can kind of paint the story of what else they could do in this comp. And so they take the Rumble out. If they win this game, they also deny it from the enemy team, and they get to just start fresh with a new draft. They might have another one of these that we haven't seen.
Hey, let the chef cook, is what they say. And right now, they are just cooking right now, especially for Team Pokkake. Like, who would have thought we would have seen a Tarek of all picks?
Oh, yeah.
A game like this. This is the magic of Fearless Draft, the magic of having to improve your champion pool and bring out the pocket picks. And if you're the team, Expedition 808, and if you're Team League United, you're always keeping a watch to see who were your potential opponents in the future at either Kawaii Kon, or even if you do lose that winners finals, you're playing the winner of this game.
Absolutely. So this will be a matchup you want to pay attention to if you're one of those top 2 seats, because this could be your opponent if you're not able to win out that heavyweight match in that winner's bracket. So heading into this best of 3, like we said, InsideTech, they have the 1-0 lead, as you can see on the top of your screen. They're looking to close it out here. They're playing a tried and true. They're playing front to back. They're hoping to scale. And Pokkake, to be honest, they have yet to beat InsideTech. They are now 0-2 in game score against them. This is their underdog story. If they want to prove to the people that they deserve that top 3 spot, what better chance than backs against the wall, 2 wins in a row against what is arguably your tournament rival right now?
Yep, the tournament rival backs against the walls, and what did you got to give it your all? Reverse sweep potential for Pokkake. And if you know who I am in this esports scene, a curse is live and potential here. But here we go, game number 2, potentially the final game of the day for League of Legends in this Hawaii Esports Open Championships. InsideTech, this is it for Pokkake. Do or die. As the mid lane decaying, baby. Let's go.
both sides kind of opting to just ward the enemy raptors. And nothing much more than that as we've seen. So far, kind of just tame. I mean, again, minions do come earlier, so that's kind of all you have room for in terms of doing. Mod starting with the classic red carpet start kind of hits all of the minions and then kind of does that trickle damage a little bit. You're not really worried about poking in that early stages, although I do see the Arcane Comet. The carpet does also slow, so you can think of it like the Vel'Koz equivalent. And for now, kind of just farming along. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too crazy for this early game. Especially going to be interesting to see what happens here. Okay, now top side, though, we gotta see how it plays out. Especially with this early couple levels. We're going for that fear for secondary as well. Trying to see, I think, get some cheesy poke damage on top of Celica. There goes a dazzle. Not really dazzling just yet, unfortunately.
Yep, and for the most part, so far, nothing different, you know? It's a very, very somber kind of experience. Everybody's just farming up. We do see a little bit of zoning here. Top and mids and jungles now hitting their level 3s peacefully. We did see some early gankage heading into a Scuttle Crab. I'm not sure if we'll see that now. Belveth does have really good level 3 ganks, as does the Volibear. So we're going to have to see if anybody decides to pull the trigger here per se, but now that Hui is level 3, pretty good on that mana sustain. All you have to do is use the W into the orbs. That gives you 3 empowered auto attacks that also replenish your mana, and you can splurge a little bit more.
45 stacks for this Nasus here. So doing a decent job against this threat, against this, bigger threat here. And now, let's see what they will be doing now.
I believe this is an exchange of Scuttle Crabs. So that's it. Game's over. All right, wrap it up.
GG. All right, you got the crab. For your junglers, it's all she wrote. You know, once you get the crabs, GG.
Okay. We do see a little bit of positioning for it. Oh, Mod kind of getting run down there. That is a triple proc of Blight there for Celica. So good chunk of damage coming out from the Varus.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Frog Framer looking in for that flash. That's a lot of damage to flash away from the QQ. And now Frog Framer a little bit too far ahead. Doesn't have that flash. Doesn't have any way to escape. And the enemy bot lane dinged level 4. It's so unfortunate for them. Glitter wants to come out. Actually, it's Celica on the way out. But, oh my goodness. Unlucky for Frog. Just can't catch a break this series.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate, but it's definitely one of the tried and true things you do see from tags. So you try to go for that flash dazzle play, and once you do get your back, you do go opt in for that tier so you can have more of that mana. So because with your passive, you use so much more mana in these situations. We keep on, like I keep on mentioning, with having when you right after ability, if you auto twice, you gain 2 stacks along with some CC or cooldown reduction for your other abilities for your heal as well. I play too much Tarek.
And now, Varus with the first blood. Opting to actually build a little bit of a garage sale. Yeah, it's looking like Linsu's first. Instead of the Blade of the Ruin King for that innate sustain. Meanwhile, in that mid lane, Nasus stacking up pretty well, to be honest. I think up in farm, you know, down in potions, but has the D shield. Isn't necessarily too upset about that. Meanwhile, it looks like Ornn is posturing for either the Kainic Rookrun first, which is something that you typically see against the Rumbles, or might be going in for the, I'm forgetting what it's called, the Sunfire equivalent, but for magic resist.
He didn't get the cannon minion. That's a feels bad. He was mid flamethrower and it did get the candy meaning for the Ornn. Sorry,
Is that-
I saw that.
Is that 138 stacks for the Nasus?
Yes, it is. I've been keeping track of that. Yep.
At 6 minutes?
He's been doing a phenomenal job of last hitting with his Q.
Oh my lord.
Like I said, Tenka plays a champion, dude.
Gentlemen, we found him. The niche guy.
Alright, so what you're saying is we're getting Olaf mid next, or
We
I
found
really
John Niche.
John Niche? Is that the friend of Mr. Hotspot Gaming?
Ooh. I miss Mr. Hotspot.
Yeah, and if you guys don't know Hotspot Gaming, they will actually be there at Kawaii Kon as well with us. So it's something to see. Oh, ultimate!
Spiraling Despair onto Celica. It's actually not even that much damage, though. Lulu was able to mitigate so much with the shielding there.
Meanwhile, Lulu took all that damage there, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
top lane! Wait,
Oh.
okay, Rumble things, yeah.
Oh.
Standard Rumble
Okay.
things. I think this is the reason why we've seen a Rumble ban time and time again throughout this tournament. I mean, like, it shows as jungle, alright, my top laner's dead.
6 is available. Alright, that's going to be the Chains of Corruption, but the amazing double stun coming out. Blight stacks are not going to be enough. In the meantime, that engage buys InsideTech the time to secure the first dragon, Chemtech Dragon, for the first one here.
Alright, first one, and then we'll see what's next for that Hextech Dragon in about 5 minutes. Now, oh, the ultimate's coming out as well from this Victor, but here comes Vel'Koz, the Wither and Despair.
I mean, good flash away. It was kind of had to be done. Like, Alexios chose to use the gravity field early on the Nasus to get that Arcane Storm going, but because of that, that meant no escape or zoning capabilities left over. And now, oh my goodness, Yama! Just contested
Yama.
on the way back. Is he able to make it to the safety of his turret? He's got to worry about this Rumble. He's pathing the wrong way. Wait, he's in enemy territory. I just realized that. And TunaPie's able to pick up the kill. Oh my goodness, they're just going to bolster this Belveth further ahead.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, this is what we've been seeing before as well for Yama. Definitely does a good job in the top lane, but sometimes gets a little bit overzealous, if you will. As there goes the stun on top of Heliotrope. As the bear's coming out, but a polymorph.
Oh, Wild Growth.
Wild Growth. No polymorph just yet. I think for the speed boost, Henry, and the bear's good.
Bear makes it out.
Oh, never mind.
Wait, what? Oh, the E! Oh no, the red carpet. The red carpet.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, that was just a bunch of cupcakes as the cupcake flash out. Celica lives. Yeah. Jesus, I hate.
I don't
despise
think there's a burn
Hoi.
item. I don't think there's a burn item. Oh, wait! Flashed for. Wait. He flashed.
It's the net all over again. It's the net all over again, Celica.
No.
It's the net all over again. No, but speaking of mid lane, look, no flash for this guy.
Yep. Cycle back in for another gank. Flash the zoning. Give the stack to Tenka. 250 in less than 10 minutes. This Nasus is gonna hurt so much later. And this lead from Pokkake is absolutely...
Okay, this is straight top lane.
Okay, yeah, so the Ornn is gonna go for the Magic Sunfire. Still don't know what it's called, but I think that item is better than...
Yeah,
I think that item
fair.
is better than Sunfire Cape, to be honest. So...
Yeah. And now we'll see how it stacks up further and further for this Nasus later on.
Yeah, Reveris kind of just has to play from behind now. It sucks, but he can sustain. He has the Vamp Scepter completed, so he will be going for Bork. We got juked there in the build, but He will be going for the Blade of the Ruin King. He can sustain up. He doesn't really need to posture forward. He can just farm under turret now that he has the item breakpoints to hit the minions perfectly. I would say the only thing he would have to worry about over here now is if the enemy team decides to go for Dragon, which isn't up for a minute, so he's got some time. He's going to take the opportunity to back here, complete the Blade of the Ruin King. I don't know if Mod finishes what I assume is going to be the Blackfire Torch.
More than likely, yes, for that item. And now, God, I just love seeing this game right now in Rumble. Let's see what they can do further and further. We see the 1-for-1 trade already at the top side. Now the question is who will come up on top for the next 1-versus-1, unless we do see that backup coming in again for Neil there on the Rumble. Bot side, Dragon spawning less than a minute now.
30 seconds to it. A bit of a gold lead here now has formed for the side of Pokkake. Let's see if they're able to maintain it. Honestly, I would argue their biggest winning point here is this Nasus, who is somehow up to wave, diving onto the Victor one more time, but the ult preemptively procced. Henka's gonna have to peel back a little bit on the Arcane Storm. Polymorph still available. There it is being used. An Endless Banquet about to run out here for Tuna Pie, seeing if they can cycle it a little bit further, but that's so much damage there. Thundercall not going to do too much from the Volibear, and it's just disengages on both sides. If the Belveth chooses to stay here, which is not going to be the case, they could do Dragon, but now Volibear has the chance to kind of heal up from a couple camps and then just walk over.
Oh,
They do
Ornn got
stop the
stopped though.
Ornn.
Ornn got stopped. Look at top lane. Ornn is gonna get out though, but definitely wants it back up though. So now he has TP, so he can TP back. But if you are this Rumble, you are loving that. You're forcing this guy to stay and not able to buy just yet.
Yeah, and there's going to be a bit of a gentleman's agreement. Heliotrope is actually going to sacrifice the Dragon to make a play onto this Rumble, shut him down early before anything else happens. Doesn't quite land the Thunder, but the overheat from the Rumble just auto attacks down the Forge God. And the Bear now claims one for his fallen lore brethren. And in exchange, the Dragon will go in favor of Pokkake.
Oh my god. Scrap after scrap for these teams over here as man. Neil making sure hopefully so Trey, but bot side, Frog just farming this guy. That could be
Severing
it.
Bolt! Oh, he did it in the wrong order! And now we have a fight in mid lane. The Nasus is so stacked up, it doesn't even matter. The Volibear's got a turn, actually. I think that's 1 Q away from death!
Can we get a stat counter real fast for this
Oh dear, 426!
Alright.
Oh my god.
14-minute turret.
14-minute mid-turn.
Yeah. You don't see that too often. Double kill for this guy. He's gonna be more and more of a threat as he buys his items later on. As Neil.
I don't know if Yama wants this fight. Belveth is in the vicinity. Tumhai's gonna go in with the dash, doesn't buffer it with the Bellows Breath, tries to slow them down. Searing Charge out. Is the burn gonna be there? The answer is gonna be no. Ornn's gonna make it out alive. Just barely.
Alright, TikTok is still alive. As now, let's see what they shall do for this one. 3 minutes for the Inferno Drake. It is the Infernal Soul for this game.
I feel like we had a lot of those.
Yeah, we've had, I think,
like 3?
Yeah, 3 of
This
them.
is the 3rd one?
Yeah, unironically, yes. Wow.
Wow.
That's a lot.
That is. Belveth looking to secure the Rift Herald here. Rift Herald is actually one of the best things you can get in the early to mid game if you're the Belveth, because it gives you the empowered version of your Endless Banquet. The only other thing that can do that, I believe, is Rift Herald, or is Baron Nashor. So this is the one that summons the little void grubs as you go along. I might be mistaken, and grubs might also do that, but this one and Baron for sure do. And so that now, if you couple that with the Rift Herald Taxi, could push down 2 turrets easily if left unattended. As Mod here now looking to get pincered on. Alexio's coming in for that gank. Might put the gravity wall in front. He's going to force the flash out. Are they able to stop anything? The slipstream is going to be enough, and the arrow doesn't connect. So beautiful escape does cause the flash, but Celica also had to flash on top of that. So it's a trade 1-for-1 now. Make that 2-for-1. As Frog Framer had to use both summers to get out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yama not looking too good here. Is getting run down by the Belvath, who gets to now prolong the voided Endless Banquet.
Wait, is he gonna get a tier 2? Close, but oh, okay, well. Definitely a dangerous Sakamaki. He has to back out.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna win this. He might trade one? Okay.
They used way too much.
The fact that they had to use 2 ultimates for that.
My god.
Wait, who got the shutdown? I think
it was the
Volibear.
Yes.
Okay, not bad. Honestly, the Volibear builds now have been pretty insane. Dusk and Dawn combined with a couple of auto attacks, like Phantom Dancer, for example, that thing just hits you like a truck. I've also been seeing a lot of Navori Quick Blades on a Volibear. If you opt into that, obviously, you'll be a lot less tanky, but that kill pressure is so much higher.
Who are the other D&D champions?
Senna is one. Believe that, huh?
What?
Yeah. It's because of the passive. Dusk and Dawn reduces cooldowns, but as I say that, hold on, they just caught out the 80 carry who
You mean a tuna
was
pie
able to trade.
catches
Yeah.
himself out.
Well, and now Pokkake can't do this dragon. InsideTech can. IT, they don't really have a lot of ultimates available to them. They have the Ornn ultimate. That's kind of it. Stormbringer is about to come up for the Volibear, but not quite. So is Wild Growth. They could play around the timers here. I'm just so worried about this Nasus. We might see 1,000 stack Nasus.
Yeah, I just heard the Attack on Titan theme song playing in my head.
Yeah. I mean, just think about it from the perspective of neutral clearing, right? It's if the stacks are high enough, that is basically the same as like how Pantheon can Spear Smite, how Nunu can Chomp Smite. If you time it with your Nasus, you could smite and then Nasus could Q.
Huh. Sure, you are right. Oh god, that would do so much damage, Jesus. As now looking to get another tier 1 turret.
It's 600 already.
You might not even need the Herald Charge. Nope.
Nope. Oh my goodness, he's gonna slow down Yama and run him down. Red team slays Inferno Dragon in the meantime, but Tenka looking to just push this in, make sure the Rift Herald gets a nice, comfortable charge. Celica might get engaged on here. Oh, shorts the dash. Chains of Corruption. Is it going to connect onto the Rumble? The answer is going to be yes.
Top lane,
though. Want to do anything here.
Mod fell.
Wait, is Tenka just going to command this turret down? Okay. And then turns it onto the Ornn, who needs 2 Qs to die here. There it is. Oh god.
Meanwhile, that happened. Alexios did solo kill Mod in that top lane. Back to full health. The slow doesn't land.
Okay, I don't think... Wait, he's staying.
DK the DK1s. Wait, they're all coming.
Oh my lord, that broke his... Yeah, the Boba's here! He has the Stormbringer out, but the 2-man knockup secures both the Lulu and the Volibear. They are heading in opposite directions. Lulu able to walk it off, but the damage has been done. The Avengers assembled. They got their main man Nasus. 6 kills, 2 items completed.
And 6-6-0 for stacks.
Oh my goodness. They're just going to walk towards the Baron. 21 minutes. Their Belveth and Nasus are supercharged ahead. This is going to melt.
I legit hear boss music right now. Playing for this Nasus. That's how scary they look. Oh boy. Can they do it? No jungle here, Henry.
Yep, Cosmic Radiance going to come out to mitigate the damage from that equalizer, but they are still pretty low. Fog Framer doesn't have anybody to hit to heal up, and so that's going to be a nice disengage from the side of InsideTech. They prevent the Baron from going down. I was going to say, the Hui probably was going to be the one in charge of zoning, but I don't think they expected InsideTech to advance so quickly, and because of that, now because everybody on the side of Pokkake... Wait, hold on. Gravity Field keeps them at bay just a little bit. Alexios is able to close one out. Is Tenka able to connect any of these Qs on anybody? The answer is going to be no thus far. Swing over onto Celica, who snaps into the Taric E. Is it going to be kiteable enough? The answer is going to be no, and now Nasus free reign. The equalizer's up again! And they just walk down the remaining members. Volibear is up. Could potentially kill this Nasus, but no. The Spirit Visage, the healing from the passive is too strong.
DK,
and the
baby.
solo laners are the ones to carry the legacy of Pokkake.
They wanted revenge. Revenge they got. All it took was the niches of niche picks. My God.
Similar to the Cho'Gath of Tenka. What do you do when there is someone on the enemy team as fed as this, as tanky as that, and still probably top damage?
Yeah, more likely top damage indeed. Looking to see what they can do with this one. Baron going ticker lower and lower. No contention available really from this opposition here.
Yeah, I don't even think they make it on time to get the ward in. The Farsight doesn't do more than reveal vision for a little bit.
Yeah, all that's known is that, yeah, they're on Baron. We know, which, you know, that is obvious for that team. Even with the Farsight Orb, minute for the Dragon, Henry.
And this is Infernal. Meaning the stacks on Nasus are now amplified.
Alright, one more stack check for Nasus. Yep, thank you.
Okay,
about yeah, pretty much 700 after this.
Yep, this blue buff will be 700. There it is, 708.
Jesus.
Wow. I can just imagine Tenka's just playing payphone in his head. You know what I mean? Like, he's just stacking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's just playing Palia in his brain.
A lot of damage coming down.
Okay, everything missing except the Spiraling Despair. They're actually going to knock up just in time for the ultimate to pass by. And that's going to be one. Meanwhile, 4 people sent here to try to shut down this Nasus. Many ultimates have already been used. Who are they going to hand the kill to? It's going to be the Victor, arguably the best person to give it to. A huge shutdown here. Meanwhile, they do lose
rotated.
top and mid. You're going to have to see what they do. They do preserve the mid lane turret for now. It's not going to heal back up to too much. I think they're going to lose the top lane one, though. There's Belveth minions, regular minions, super minions. Everything is here. Alexios jumped on, saved by the gravity well. Now. Oh, yeah, you know, like Volibear with the dragon while the base is falling. Not a bad decision there, as Celica has to walk back to his fountain, barely alive. Siege well done. Honestly, they lost the Drake. I don't think anyone expected Helioscope to just do the dragon while the base crumbled, but
I don't think even his team expected him to do the dragon there while their base is crumbling.
he delays the soul by another 5 minutes, which is that silver lining.
But the question is, in that playbook, does it even matter that dragon will be spawning? Once this Nasus spawns and they get a good pick, that could be it, if you will. With 3 items in the pocket, almost a 4th. This is what they talk about when they tell you about raid bosses. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. They are gonna need some form of anti-heal to stop this Nasus. The Oblivion Orb was completed for the Victor. I can imagine he'd only want to finish that Zhonya's. The Arm Guard is good for one-time use, but Zhonya's gives so much more stats, more AP, more armor to deal with the Nasus if it ends up on you somehow. But 3 pushing waves now on the side of Pokkake.
Pushing further and further. The top lane's gonna get a lot of minions scouting up there. While bot side, it's time. The Wither's in place. The ultimate from the Victor already trying to tank, trying to make it lower and lower. But that's a lot of magic resist for that big boss, man.
Yeah, this Nasus is tanky. That guy does not need to build any offensive things at all. He's got plenty enough damage on that Q. It's gonna do a lot right now. What, I think it's like 3 damage per stack, right? So he's got his Q does like 2200 if you had no armor. So
Damn indeed. Might be final fight territory if they will. Yama goes in. Could be it.
Yep, Cosmic Radiance called down. Call of the Forge God actually knocks down 3. Frog very, very low there in the back line. Not able to heal up too much. Slipstream going to be used to separate the play up on top. Might... Oh no, that's the Nasus actually.
Yeah,
Might
I think...
be looking to escort the top wave instead and pull the team apart.
I think
been
Mod
able to siege
Panic
more.
ulted.
Oh.
They didn't hit anything. They hit away from the fight.
Okay, we'll have to see. They do have inside track on Tatanka, but he's got the teammates to back them up. Victor is the one you're going to want to look out for. That healing reduction is going to mitigate so much from every single Q that Nasus is able to put out. And now, minute for the Baron, just shy of 2 for the next dragon. Again, Helio sneaking a dragon away. Every structure that he lost, aside from the turrets, will respawn. So it's in the long term a